So when we do this, we will post these up to a YouTube channel that we have, but they're going to be, it's not like everybody can just pop in and see that, but you'll have the links to it. They're going to be what they call unlisted YouTube videos, and you'll have those links. And once you're there, you can add those to your playlist. You don't need to sort of keep track of that, but you won't see it if you go to YouTube and try to find it. It's unlisted. But I have a channel there that's got now hundreds of videos, both classes and individual tech support sessions that I may do with other clients as well. Okay, so we saw a little bit here about, about me, about the company, and the software and what this is going to do. This is their fundamental. This is, okay, so now what do we do? How do we take it from here? And it shows you a little bit of the nomenclature in the book here. Some things that, if it's an IntelliCAD exclusive thing. Oh, by the way, for each of you, are you running this on top of AutoCAD or on top of IntelliCAD, or are you using what's called the OEM version that's standalone? Do you know what you...
I've just upload. I have the 10.123 with the IntelliCAD.
Okay. And BB?
I have Carlson with IntelliCAD.
IntelliCAD? Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, fine. Yeah, and that's another reason why Carlson is so popular too, by the way, is that it runs on top of, a free CAD program that's included as part of the software release. So it will install it. Now I run it, of course, being affiliated, with this, with Carlson, of course, I get these all kinds of various different modules and stuff, that I can use for the teaching to support their side of it. But I have both AutoCAD and IntelliCAD on my system. I'm actually, I don't know if you may have noticed just from what you see on the screen, I'm running this on a Macintosh. And that's my main computing platform. But I do it with, I run Windows as a subsystem on my Mac, so I can run the Carlson software. Now I have AutoCAD. I've got the Mac specific version of AutoCAD as well as the Windows version, but I've also used Bentley's Open Roads in some of my design work. But I will tell you that the platform I usually spend most of my time in is the IntelliCAD based Carlson, because first of all, IntelliCAD now in these newer versions is getting so much closer to being working the same as AutoCAD works, and in a lot of aspects of it, they've got some tools that AutoCAD doesn't even have, and I'll point those out to you as we go along. Where you can get some additional functionality. So it's a great little platform. It's really robust and successful now, and in my opinion, it's a lot more stable than, because I have had programs that AutoCAD will not open. I mean, I've had drawing files that AutoCAD will not open, and I can take it over to IntelliCAD, get it opened and saved after doing some audits and stuff, and get it back to shape for other people to open it in other software as well. So it's a really powerful platform. It's incredible that it's no cost. So and it can be used just as a straight CAD program, even without Carlson as well. So great little program, and good to know where we're starting. All right, so you'll see these little indicators throughout this book. If it's, and there's not too many of these, if it's an IntelliCAD only feature or an AutoCAD only feature, and usually that just means that, okay, that's it's an AutoCAD only because IntelliCAD already handles that, but it's something Carlson had to write in for this one to make it work, or the other way around. Maybe it's something that AutoCAD handles natively, but they had to create something. So you'll see those from time to time, not very many. You will see these. little markers, and there are, and these are just pointers. It's like highlighting your book for you. A good tip or trick, good idea, not really a requirement. Here's another thing though, that is something to take note of. It's pretty important. The rest of this stuff, the highlighting, the bold and all of that is pretty self-explanatory as to what they are, but that's the documentation there. Now, Carlson itself as a program, we won't dwell on this, but it's not really a separate thing. It's something that runs on top of this CAD foundation. Your CAD drawing is still what you are working with and creating and opening and saving, but Carlson does, it adds a layer in between there where it does things like it takes, what the CAD system recognizes as a polyline or line string, and it says, hey, I'm an alignment, or I'm the back of a curve or something. So it gives it that little extra bit of intelligence to that object so that it knows how to work with things. So once we've turned a drawn polyline into an alignment, for instance, then if we just double click it, instead of opening the P edit command, the polyline edit command, it's going to open up Carlson's polyline editor, or centerline editor, or same thing with profiles, points. You can just double click a point and it pops into the point editor. So that's a bit of how that works. And it, like I said, every command that happens in Carlson software is something that essentially they'll gather information from you, the user, through a dialog box, and you can save those and reload them. And then it takes all that information and then it hands it off to the appropriate CAD commands in the background. So it says, all right, I know I want to offset the back of this curb, 5 feet over and half a foot up, or something from this other 3D element. Well, that's something that AutoCAD by itself, there's no command for it, or IntelliCAD. So Carlson gathers what your intent is, and then it figures out which commands it needs to use from AutoCAD in a grouping of different commands. So it hands all that data off to the CAD platform. And by the way, you'll hear me say AutoCAD. I mean AutoCAD or IntelliCAD, whatever engine you're using. And then it will wait for those results to happen. And then the end result, you're going to get drawn elements in your DWG file. And again, they're just native CAD elements. They're just polylines, points, lines, text, blocks, things like that. There's no proprietary element there that is going to get in your way of, somebody else can pick up this DWG file with no software added to theirs and still use that drawing. So again, that's foundational level design philosophy that Carlson has done to make the software. So it just sits on top of it. And, here's this a little bit, we talk about these customized commands and processes in the base CAD engine. That's just what we're talking about here. And so that's just describing that functionality and how it works. So now a little bit about how Carlson organizes the work and your choices and how you want to do it is you have see, this talks about the different modules, how to switch in and out and what they do, how to switch in and out from, say, survey to civil to hydro to GIS, etc. And then it's going to store all of our information in a particular directory structure. And we have 3 models, and we have this project folder model, and we have a fixed folder model. And that was the original way the software worked. Everything went into one specific folder, and you kept all your data files there from all your projects. That was back in the early days. And there was a folder called SCAD for ServCAD. So that was sort of the approach was to, you know, where that went. But there's also a third one. And if you look right here in the manual, you see these three types: project folder, drawing folder, or fixed folder. Fixed folder was that original old method. The default, excuse me, the default method and the method that most of us use, excuse me, is called this drawing folder method. And that means that your data files that you generate and create are going to store by default in the same folder that your drawing lives in. Okay. So you could have, oh, excuse me, you could have a situation, and this is the way I do most of my work myself, is that I'll have a project set up and then I'll have, you know, folders for, you know, contract documents, correspondence, original source materials. And then I have a folder that I just call working. And that's where I put my main drawing I'm working on and my files to go with it. And that's, like I said, a really flexible way to work. And but it also gives you this option, and this is like Land Development Desktop forced you to work in those earlier days, is with this project folder structure. And that's where you create a structure of various folders. And like here, and this project is just whatever project you happen to be working in at the time. You make a new one, and it's going to create all of these folders for you that you decide you want to create. Here's an example of, I've got a folder for alignments and profiles, one for drawing files. I've got one folder called other. Inside of it, I've got deliverables and PDFs. Then I've got surfaces, and you might, you know, make one that says survey data, that has points, you know. It's entirely up to you how you want to do that. And then you can assign these different data types. And these are all of the file extensions that it uses. Like right there, number 10 is one you might all be familiar with as a coordinate file, a CRD file, or now a new version of CRDB file. And we'll talk about that when we get to it. And you tell it, all right, within that data structure, this is where I want to put it. I've got a structure under project. I've got a folder called data and one called points, and that's where that one goes. Notice these others are not installed, so you don't have to, I mean, they're not assigned, so you don't have to assign them, just the ones that you do. So if I'm working with the centerline, I'm telling it, anytime I run a command that says, go open up a centerline file, it's going to jump to this folder within my structure and start looking for those files. Now, every bit of what I'm talking about, whether it is this project folder based, drawing folder based, or fixed folder based, all of that is a setting that says, hey, this is the default place to go and look for stuff. You're not required to store things in those. You can always navigate away to a different location in all of the dialog boxes. So that part is just a means to help organize your storage of information. And let's see, Mike, you had a question. Yes, sorry.
Have you or anybody, because we're not in the same office, you know, I'm on one side of the compound, Dad's on the other, using external, like a Dropbox or well, that's what we're using now. So
Yeah.
are there any issues using that at all?
No, not at all. You can assign these. In fact, in this, so wherever you put your project, let's say you put your project on, maybe you're on a network and you put it on a network drive, and you know, put it in through, because Dropbox will work just like it's in this. You can assign it a drive letter if you want, or you can just point to it. And so you can just tell it, and it's wherever this project folder lives is where that's going to work from. Okay. So now this method, this project folder method, this is really great with multi-office situations. If everybody is consistent in keeping their information where you've assigned it, so you can have somebody working on the office out of, you know, if you got a branch office in Poughkeepsie and you're sitting in the main office in White Plains or you know, wherever you are in New York, for instance, or Texas for your case, you can, when you're working on a project, you know which folder to always go and look for particular types of information because you're all familiar with that structure. And this model then allows you to, when somebody else is working on it from a different office, they're going to have that same structure. So they're going to know where that stuff lives and how to get to it. So yeah, it will work across network drives. It'll work across Dropbox connections. So that's no problem at all. Sometimes you can also just go and grab that top folder directory, copy it down and work on it locally, but then you got to, you know, put it back. But there are some things that we'll see in the software when we get it. There are places where you can assign them into different servers. And there's this thing called Data Depot that helps you check things in and out of those drives. Like if you can use ProjectWise, which is from Bentley, that basically is a database management system that controls access in and out of this from a central location. So somebody's working on something, it gets checked out locally, they work on it locally. And then when they save the file and get out of that, it publishes it back to that central location. It takes care of moving all of that stuff for you automatically. So yeah, it's pretty sophisticated, it can be, and off it will go. So we're not gonna, you know, I'll show you where all that is and how to set it up, but we're not gonna set up, we're gonna keep our stuff set to drawing folder just for class purposes. So we know that everything's gonna be in our little location. Okay, so we'll get to that when we get to it. Now, next is talking about these menus and how the menu system works. There are, and you'll see when we get in the software now, we'll go into a little more explanation when you can actually see them when we get the software loaded up. But you've got some general menus and modular menus, and you're going to always see, no matter which module you're in, survey, civil, hydro, GIS, doesn't matter. You'll always have file, edit, view, draw, inquiry, settings, and points, and they all have the very same commands, very same layout. Everything's within that general section. After the points menu are a series of follow-on menus that have different commands that are specific to the module that you're in. And some of them have the same commands, like triangulate and contour is a very common one under a surface menu, and you'll see that in, you know, hydro and civil and survey, but typically under construction module, for instance, you build your surfaces a slightly different way, so you may not have the same commands. There may be some slight differences, and so that's really it. And this just gives you a line or two about what they do. The file menu is what it looks like. The edit menu has commands to do basic edits to those drawing entities, including some of your standard CAD things like copy, erase, and move. But many of them are what we call these Carlson modified commands, or one guy in a class years ago said, yeah, we call those Carlsonifications. So if you like putting together strange words, we could call those as well. But they had a lot of additional control and options. One that comes to mind, for instance, is like when you draw a polyline, you can draw a polyline using the plain old P-line command. There's not a thing wrong with that. But you can also draw a polyline using Carlson's variation of that command called draw 2D polyline. And in addition to the functionality that the CAD command has, the biggest addition to that is you have the ability to use point numbers, because the CAD system knows nothing about your point numbering. But you can use that command and have those additional options to, you know, some additional functionality in those. And they typically revolve around the use of Carlson points as a means of clicking a location. You can just do it by point number. So that's a really nice extension of those standard commands, and you'll see them now. And you're welcome to use the Carlson's drawing a polyline command without regard to, let's say you're not even going to be doing something with Carlson, you just need a polyline. Well, you can You can use P-line if you want, or you can use Carlson's. Now, I've found over the years that, I'm so familiar with and more comfortable with the Carlson versions that I don't even use those standard CAD commands anymore. I just use Carlson's. And the end result is that when you finish the command, what you're left with is a polyline. It's not anything special. It's not something that, a CAD user won't be able to use. It's just a standard polyline. Okay, so that's sort of the difference with that. Draw commands, inquiry commands, and a lot of good things to evaluate with the to interact with the drawing. And there's a lot of there's a couple of little hidden gems and things like that. Like here's the inquiry menu, and there's a drawing inspector. That's a big tool in there that's used a lot. But all the way down the bottom, there's a section for arcs, and then you can pull right, and there's this thing called this curve calculator. And you can see when that pops up, you can just type in values here, and whenever you get enough information defined here that it can compute a curve, it will fill out the rest of this for you, show you what those values are. You tell it roadway or railroad curve types, and you can, select a drawn curve or a portion of a polyline that's an arc. It will read that and tell you what it is. You can simply type 3 points. And then once you have a curve that's computed, this plot button comes up, and it can optionally at that point then draw it into the drawing for you. So it's a couple of things that might make it easier to drawing an arc instead of having to know where something's tangent to or what these angles are. If you are looking at an alignment and you see all the curve data off to the side of that curve, you can just type in the values that they have here. It will compute it, and then you can draw it into the drawing. So there's some real functionality in those general menus as well. Now, settings is where we're going to control how things are going to work. Point menus, all the point commands. And then you get into those modular menus, and here's what they are based on the different modules. The survey modules has these additional surveys, or surveys, these additional menus. Civil has these. So notice here, survey has a surface, civil has a surface, and the commands are very similar. I think civil has a few additional commands under there that survey doesn't have. But survey has specifically coordinate geometry commands that none of these other modules have. So there's different ones as to what they do, and it's nothing you need to memorize or worry about. It's just that these are the menus that come up after or beyond the point menu and give you some of that additional functionality. Now, there's also and you may be using yours this way, the ribbon interface, and that tends to be more task or workflow organized than this, straight down one command after another type of structure that the menus use. And you're certainly, more than welcome to use that ribbon interface. So that might be helpful for you. I find myself, just in the way that I initially learned the software, pre-ribbon interface, and the fact that, the ribbons take up a good chunk of the screen. So I generally don't use those. I'll show you how to turn those on and off. But I'll be doing the teaching mostly from these pull downs. We'll also have some of those same commands on toolbars, and I'll show you how to set those up as well. All right. And then we see our settings. This is where we're going to configure some of the software. And here's this little settings explorer that looks at all the various aspects in one spot. And these are like all of the answers to all of the dialog boxes of every command in the software, and it's all organized by category and module. And for instance, this is sitting on the Carlson survey side of the software, and then these are settings like what bar scale size, what layer name, you know, what precisions, layer names, text styles, offset scalars. We'll talk about all of these things when we get to them. You know, and so that it sort of records everything that you've done, and everything will stay based on what you've done last. Many of these you can save and load. You'll see load and save as buttons like up here in the main settings. So you can get everything configured just the way you like it, save that off as a file, and then tell others in your organization, hey, we've just updated the settings, go and load those, and it will take care of updating those settings for them as well. And so down here, it says, and this is that little trick, that tip, little icon. And it says, when you're asked to populate a dialog box, you've got, some of those are deep, and they'll have sub-dialogues and sub-dialogues to the sub-dialogues. And so instead of having to go through the frustration of setting that every time you run a command, if you got something set up that generates things the way you like it, based on a client deliverable standard or just your own office standards, you can save those and then load them up the next time you run to that dialog box, so that it pre-populates everything from there. Okay. So now we're gonna jump into this business about points, and that's going to be where we sort of put a bookmark here, and we're going to jump over and get things loaded up and started, and start to see how this is going to work. Okay, so let me come back to that and get over here, and let's get things moving. And if you haven't already, and you probably have, go ahead and load up the software, and I'll stick with the IntelliCAD version along with you, and I will go to the survey module, and we'll use that primarily as what we did. Now, do either of you have any of the additional modules like civil or GIS or any of that?
Not at this time. I'm just working with survey, but we'll be adding some additional soon.
All right, yeah, and so, and part of what I'm going to show you folks is I'll briefly pop over into some of these other modules and show you some of that functionality, and you can decide if that's something you want to add to your tool set. How about you, BB? Are you guys use the other stuff as well?
We're probably going to get GIS because our bosses have it, but not for now.
Okay, but no civil stuff like you, well, since you do mostly survey, like you're not really doing, you know, highway design, so you don't necessarily need road net and that kind of stuff. Okay. But, you know, we do have still some of the same tools and functionalities that you can do for survey. So we'll stick with the survey for the bulk of the class. I will show you what some of those things do. And if you have any questions when we get into those, you know, certainly, you know, interrupt and ask a question, and we'll go take a look at some things. All right. So we started up, I get this little interface system up front where I can create a new drawing, open up existing files. These are my recently used drawings, and you know, I can see where they are. You can put a push pin in here so that that always stays on your list if it's something you're working with, and you're working with a lot of other files and you don't want to have it, you know, push off the bottom of the recent list. And a couple of other links in here go straight in. You can find how to get to, say, Carlson support, and that's going to just jump over to Carlson's website, some support and training, and how to contact them, all that different kind of functionality. This Carlson Academy, that's part of what you're in now. Let me see if I log into that. I'm not really sure what this may have. It just lets you go back to some of these, photo capture, some demo products. If I go to the Academy, it's not, all right, fine. So it's not really set up for anything here. Here's some of the demo software, so you can look at land development, data collection, mining, and again, it just dumps you into a web browser interface for that. So frankly, I don't necessarily use these buttons from here very often. I just sometimes, if I know that I'm going to try to find something, I'll just go into my browser and look for Carlson software and go from there. Some little news articles over here, nice to keep informed with. Get a little tip of the day if you'd like to see it, like you can draw quickly and precisely by snapping to points on existing entities such as ends of lines, centers, circles, midpoints, things like that. So you also have the option down here at the bottom to skip this. If you don't like this interface, you just want to go load the software and then just use your open and close command. You're certainly welcome to do that. Now, there's another one here, and I don't use this much, but if you have a lot of drawings, a lot of projects spread across different areas and you don't know exactly where those are, if you go to this drawings map, that view, let's see if it's gonna tell me where these are. Let's find a file. Choose this sample from T3. I think it's gonna tell me where that is. All right, so that's gonna open up the file. Now you're gonna see this particular file as part of our class. That's one of our data sets. And I think if we have this defined as State Plane 83 PA South, yeah, so it knows where it is in the world. So now if I close that and come back to my start page, now if I use this drawings map, now this is one of the reasons I don't use it much, because it takes a little bit of setup up front, so I'm not getting that to respond. But generally what this will do is it brings up a little web interface that it has a map on it, and you can zoom in and out, and it will show you with a little a pointer on that map where that particular file is. And as you scroll around again, if they're geo-referenced, then it knows where they are in the world, and you can see where that job is and decide if you want to open that file or another file that's associated with a different project in a different location. So it might be something that's useful for you depending on the nature of your work, but usually things we're working on, we know where they are, we just go straight to open files, etc. So from here, we're just going to take a new drawing, and I'm just going to step through some defaults here. I'll use a drawing template. I'm going to use an AutoCAD type drawing instead of a MicroStation type drawing, but you have the option. And I'll go through here, and now it says select a template. Now it comes up by default as to what I've told it my configuration, my default template is, but I can pull down and choose from my template location, or even browse out to another location and find a file. So if I just take, let's say I pull that down, and I'm going to choose the Carlson National CAD Standards survey civil, or you can do survey or civil only or survey only. I'll choose this survey specific, and then I'll say finish. And all that does is sets up this drawing with some predefined layers and colors and text styles, things like that, whatever you saved in that template file, which is really nothing more than a drawing file, but you've told it to save as a template, so it renames it DWT. In fact, you can take any drawing that you've worked and set up, you like that as a start place, you can copy it somewhere and change its extension and the file name to DWT, and it becomes a template. So that's all the difference is. Now, in using this wizard, if at your stage of creating a new drawing, if you don't see this wizard here, I'll show you where you can turn that on and off. It could be because when it came up at some point, somebody went down here at the bottom and said, skip the wizard next time. So that turns it off. And I'll show you where you can put that back on if you want. Now, one of the things I like about this is that it's going to do a little bit of the setup for me, and it's going to prevent me from doing some things that you might forget to do. And you'll see that here in just a second. So these settings that are going to come up, I'm going to choose to work in English units, which are 1 inch equals however many feet, or you could choose metric. So if I'm in English and my horizontal scale right here is, this is the, it's the scale of the resulting drawing that you're going to be putting together. Like if I'm doing a large boundary, I might be at this 100 scale. Or if I'm doing a detailed road design, I might want to make that 20 scale, or even let's put it at a 40 scale. Now, when I put in the word or the number 40 here, keep an eye on these numbers right over here, and I'll talk about what this is going to do. As soon as I click or tab out of that field, these numbers are going to change. So when there's 40, or actually even before that, if I make that 20, actually I don't have to tab out. You notice they change as soon as I make that number different. So if I say 40, or let's go to 50 maybe, and you see what happens here, these numbers here stay the same, but these numbers recompute and change. Now, what this is doing is we are establishing a target scale that we think the drawing is going to be finished at. And all of the dialogues are going to ask for, you know, text sizes and symbol sizes, but we're going to approach that, and the dialogues are going to stay set once we get things set the way we like it, and they're going to be set with these numbers here. And these are what we call a symbol plot size or a text plot size. And sometimes you'll see the word text plot scalar size, and or just text scalar size. When you see those words, what you want to think to yourself is, how many inches on a plotted sheet of paper that you know, symbols will be and text will be if I'm at this scale. Okay, so if I'm putting together a 50 scale drawing, if I want my text to be 8/100ths of an inch tall, I would put in 0.08. That's just slightly less than 1/10 of an inch. My symbols, I'm going to keep to be 1/10 of an inch tall. So just think of these numbers when you see plot size or scalar, think of those as plotted inches based on this 1 inch equals so many feet based on that scale. That's why this number changes, because the CAD engine doesn't know anything about this. It only knows how many drawing units to make the symbols and how tall to make the text. So if you generate something in your dialog box, you said, I want to use 0.08 tall text. When you generate that text, and if you look at that text properties, you're going to see its text height says it's 4. It doesn't say 0.08, it says it's 4, because that's handled with this scaling. And once this is set and you generate those things, those texts are and symbols are created at that size, and they stay that way unless you change them. You can rescale them later. Now there's another option here, and it's called you know, annotative scaling. So if you're using paper space layouts down here to generate your plots, and you can set up your viewports to be a certain scale, if you have created those text elements using a text style that is set to be annotative, then it's going to react to that, and it will automatically scale those into those different output scales. But that's and that's entirely dependent on the text style that you create and whether it becomes annotative or not. Otherwise, it's going to create these as static entities at these particular sizes. Okay, so once we've done that, we've set up this scaling. We've told it to symbol and text size. Don't worry about ever changing this. This is a number that gets computed based on this. Now you're welcome to, like, if instead of my symbols being 5 feet, if I said 10, then notice this over here changes as well. Okay, so you can set them either place you want to do them. I find it easier to just think of them as plotted inches. So 1/10 of an inch for my symbols, 8/100ths for my text, and it tells it what it's going to be. All right, then below, you can say none. Of course, if you're just working in 5,000, that's perfectly fine. But if you know you're working in a particular state plane, projection, or any of these others, and you can define your own, then you tell it where it's going to go. Now notice mine came up preset to State Plane 83, PA South, WGS 84 as my datum basis. And you know, that, so that's preset for me because most of my projects would be in that particular area. Again, you can change away from it on this particular drawing. Down here, project name, job number, and location are just text labels, basically, that will go into reports when if you say include job header information. So it's just some additional information you can track with. And again, the skip startup wizard next time, if you don't like going through this, turn it off right here, and you can set all this stuff up independently with these other commands. So these wizards are basically just stepping you through portions of commands that you normally tend to use. Now, here's why I like using it. When I say next, watch what happens. You forgot to give it a name. Okay, so that's the very first gotcha. Otherwise, it would just stay up here as drawing1.dwg. So I say, oh, okay, I'm going to give it a name. And you can just type a name there, but now it doesn't know where I'm starting from yet. It's going to go to a default location. So if I hit the set button, it's going to let me navigate to a location to store these, and see that default location there is Carlson Projects. These are some of the last ones I've worked on. One here was this railroad job that I was working on, some GIS stuff I was doing for a client, that sort of stuff. So this is the Carlson dialog box. You can always, from any of those, if you hit the browse button, you're going to dump off into your more familiar Windows interface, which you can certainly use, no problem there at all. I've come to be really appreciative of and comfortable with this because of certain things. Whatever folder I'm in is going to show me on the side over here any subfolders I have in that folder. And again, you can navigate away from it with these buttons here, like choose a folder, go up a level. You can, use the currently selected folder as the place to store your data in case you want to change it from the default behavior. Create a new folder, remove a folder, rename a folder. But you see the files that are in that folder over here. And then you also see a list of the recently used files, regardless of which job you're on. So if you needed to take a look at something here from, say, the cross sections from this mainline job that was on that railroad job, then I can choose it right there and it would load it right up. But I'm not going to do that. I'm going to just navigate myself to a location. And so I'm starting in Carlson Projects. I've already set up this folder called 2023-03-16 Fundamentals class. So if I double click that, I can see I've got another folder inside that called Data Sets for Fundamentals class. Now this should be, if you copied those down from those links I gave you, that should be something that you have put that folder somewhere, or the contents within that folder you've put in a folder. So go to that location. So I'm going to go down there, I'll double click in that one, and this shows me a list of the files that are in there. And I can see some of these. Now, another nice thing I like about this dialog box is that it always shows you up here in parentheses the available extensions of those files that it's looking for. It's sort of a filter, just like if I go out to browse and down here I say, look for type, I can pull this down. So if there's multiple types, it will show you the allowable types up here. And if you want to switch to a different type, depending on the file you're looking for, whether it's a drawing file or their settings file, you can just add the extension on and it takes care of changing it to that format if it needs to. Now, get sort of familiar with looking at this top stripe, because there's a couple of places where it's going to pop up, a command might pop up a series of these files because it needs to set more than one file.
Finder hasn't added support for that with Siri.
Oh, shut up. I said the word SERIES, and my microphone picked it up and decided Siri wanted to talk to me. So anyway, apologize for that. So now what you see, if you're looking at that folder, you're going to see some files in here potentially that have these little periods in front of them, a period and an underscore. Ignore any of those files that you see. That comes from the fact that these files were all put together on a Macintosh. And then when you brought those down, these are files, they're called resource forks. So there's nothing in them in terms of drawing files. They're just going to show up unless you have your hidden files switch in Windows set to don't display hidden files. So you can ignore those. But I've got, and now if I choose one of these, when I look up here at this top stripe, it says drawing to create. So if I look at this one, for instance, if I choose that, it's going to say, hey, that file already exists. You know, if you choose it now, you're going to overwrite it with this new file, because remember what we're doing. Okay, so and the other thing is, like I said, some commands will have multiple files it's going to ask you for. Like if you're computing earthwork volumes, it needs 2 surfaces. So it's going to come up here and say existing surface. And then if you pick a file, if you're not paying attention, you pick a file and you say open, and then it's going to pop this right back up. There's the next one, it's going to say design surface. So again, if you're not looking at that and sort of paying attention, you'll say, oh, well, I just gave it a file. I don't know, why is it giving me this? Well, it's asking for the next thing it needs. It's not incorrect. It's just, it's not that it didn't read what you did the first time. It's just asking for different information. So that part is pretty informative, and that's why I like using this. Plus I get these lists of recent files. I get the list of the files in my folder if I want to use one. But I also get, in some cases, with certain data types like surfaces, alignments, profiles, I'll see a little preview picture of that file, so I know that I've got the right file. All right, so right now, I'm going to give this file name just a new one. I'm just going to call it, class example 1. And I don't need the extension, it already knows the DWG. I can just type that name in there and hit OK. And so now it's got a drawing name, the folder, everything's associated with it. So now I'm ready to take the next step in my wizard. I'll say next. Okay. Now, after it does a couple of things, like change those settings for me, it brings up one more dialog. And if I'm using project files as my model instead of drawing folder, I would see not only data path, but project path. So that's where you can assign it and set it to a different particular project. Okay. So by default, my data path you see is in that 2023-0316 fundamentals class data sets for fundamentals class. That's the folder location where all my data is going to go by default. You can change it here. You can change it on the fly in various dialogues. It's going to next ask for a coordinate file. Now this happens when you're doing a new file. It always wants to assign a coordinate file to that file, and it's an external file. But you don't ever have to do that. You could just open up a drawing file that doesn't have a coordinate file set up, and you can work without a coordinate file associated with it, but it doesn't hurt to have one sitting there ready for when you're using points. And you can use either a new one or an existing. And if you say existing, and I think this might be the default condition it comes up as, or this might have been left over, just pay attention, because if you say new, and then you go down here to the coordinate file and you choose set and you try to find and you choose one, you think you're getting an existing one. If you have it sitting on new and you pick one, it will overwrite that existing file with this new one. So be careful of that. So just make sure it's sitting on new, and then by default, it goes in that same folder, data sets for fundamentals class, and it assigns it the same name as the drawing file name. Doesn't have to be that. It can be named anything you want. That's just the default setting. So I'm happy with that. I'm not going to navigate to another file. It will be a new coordinate file. I'll keep it the same name. Now into that coordinate file as part of this wizard, it lets me right now, as I'm setting up this drawing, choose to import points from different sources, a data collector or a text file, or some other current coordinate file that should say existing instead of current. To me, this is my current file. This is another existing file. That means a currently existing file, or I'm going to say none. I'm not going to import anything. I don't know what points I need and whether I want them. So I'm going to leave that to none. If I had any of these others, then it goes right into that. It branches off into the command that lets you do this, that you can do from the points menu as well. So for now, we'll say none, and I'm going to go next, and it's going to wrap up and it's going to finish some things. Now, so what's happened? If I go to settings, my settings menu, and I choose drawing setup, here's where that 50 scale that I put in got done. I'm in English, 1 inch equals so many feet. And this is important, at least for now, because in the future's coming where the survey world is going to be expected to move to international feet. They're going to readjust all of the NGS control data. Everything's going to be based on the international foot. We typically do our stuff on what's called US survey foot definition. And whereas they're very close to being the same, they are different. And it's important to know that difference, particularly on long linear jobs like highway jobs, anything that goes over a long distance. And the only difference is when you've defined, back when we call this a US survey foot unit, the US survey foot is based on the exact conversion that there are 39.37 inches in a meter. All right, so that then comes out to be like 3.2808 feet per meter, whatever the number turns out to be. The international foot, on the other hand, is based on there being 2.54 centimeters per inch. And that makes it equivalent to like 3.280806 or some other number way out in the decimal places. And again, you won't see that difference on local jobs, but longer jobs, you'll start to see that difference. It becomes significant. You want to make sure that you're in the same unit system that your data collectors are set to collect data in, your GPS units, that sort of stuff. So again, that's going to be changing here in the near future. The survey world's going to be adopting the international foot. I don't know what that's going to mean for legacy data, but we're still given that choice here. So that's sort of something the wizard doesn't ask you about, but you can set it here. These are some of these you saw already: the scale, symbol plot size, text plot size. But now you have a couple of other things here. A line type scaler. This is basically telling it how much you want to scale your line types by when they draw. And then that word again, scalar, that's plotted inches. So that says, all right, every 1 inch, I want to repeat my line pattern, whatever number you put in there. Now, again, over here, you see those drawing units, and it sets, and this is something I sort of disagree with the way they asked, and that's why I always go back and look at this. And it's just the way I use patterned lines. Because this number here and this that is associated with it are based on the older days of the software when all of these pattern lines were created from Carlson defined line types. But I do most of my work using the IntelliCAD or AutoCAD defined line types, and they need to be based on a line type scale, an LT scale of 1, regardless of which drawing scale I do. I need to set that to be 1. So I can come back in here and I change that to be 1, and then that associates that. So now when I'm using a standard line type scale of 1, using those CAD defined lines, I'm going to get my results. But you see up here, it's going to go every 0.02 inches to try to pattern that line, but that's based on those Carlson lines. So I want to make sure I set this to 1, and we'll go from there. the angle mode, and again, all these are set in the defaults. We'll see them. Bearings, azimuth, GONS, or others. GONS is just another word for radian, or yeah, radians, or not radians, I'm sorry. It's the I can't remember the name of it offhand. It's anyway, it's based on there being 100 units in a quadrant instead of 90 degrees. There's 100 GONS. Oh, I'm drawing a blank. That's called something else. Oh, grads. Yeah, it's typically in math and graphing and stuff, we call those grads or gradients. GONS is just another term for that term. I don't know why the programmers don't call that grads, but that's typically from, I think European nations may use that, I'm not sure. Or other places in the world that may use that term. So your choice with that. We typically work with bearings. And then back down here, if you're just working on a local system, you can just say local, and you can actually tell it a localization, like a certain point, a certain coordinate. But typically on a state plane, we're going to be on that state plane coordinate grid, and you define the grid here, just like we did in the wizard. You can define a particular projection. You can set any scale factors that might be local, and all these. So I'm going to just leave these by default. And again, down here, you can set those project names, job number, and locations. And you can set in a rotation. I would never do that here. But that's done to sort of, there's some other places where we can set this rotation up, but what that will do is it will rotate everything on the screen for you, and yet still keep you in the coordinates that you need to be in. But there's, like I said, there's other ways to do it. This can get dangerous and screw up your drawing if you set it here, but you can set that there. Now at this point too, as part of this setup command, you can go ahead and set your text styles. So you see all of these ones that are predefined in my template, and these that you see with these L's in front of them, that comes from the old LAN desktop days, and they defined styles called like L80, L100. That's the old Leroy text styles if you're using one of those Leroy letterers. So an L100 is a 1/10 of an inch tall, and you can see right there the size is 0.1. All right, so it's predefined and preset with a particular size. Again, I don't typically do that here because you can do that just straight in the CAD system as well. Setting the paper. Let me ask a question though. First of all, are you guys comfortable with, and are you using paper space layout tabs for your paper, for your output?
I'm not quite, I don't, not quite understand the question.
Okay, when you produce a printed drawing, do you do it from the model tab, from model space here, and you know, maybe put a window around, or do you put a title block right into the model space, or do you do all that down here at the bottom on these paper space layouts?
Layouts.
Okay, so BB's on layouts, and that's typically what we would do. And it doesn't, it doesn't matter. You're free to do that either way. And but the reason this set paper size is done is so when you go to put in, let's say I'm going to use a landscape mode D size drawing. I don't have, it looks like that's architectural D 24 by 36. Oh, here it is, 22 by 34. That's actually, I got that designated incorrectly. And ANSI D is 22 by 34, and architectural D is 24 by 36. But anyway, you could set that up here and pick the lower type corner for the border. If I just say click here, and then if I had set up a particular place that it's going to draw it in, it would place that drawing frame into my title block. It would put that straight in my drawing. It scales it based on this scale up here, and all of that. So that's there, but that's from legacy days from way before. Typically, we just do it in the layout tabs. So that's something that I never bother looking at. All right, so at that point, I'm going to say, okay, and there you see it's created that at 50 scale. And if I, measure that side there, see that says it's 1100 units or 1100 feet at 50 scale. That's 22 inches. And this should be, 1700 at 50 scale. That's 34 inches. Okay, so that's all that part does. It just gives you a space to start working in if you're going to be creating your drawing inside here. Okay, so I'm going to just get rid of that. I don't need it. I do most of my stuff from the layout tabs now. A little quick discussion about scale. We've told this is going to be drawn, our drawing is going to be at 50 scale, and that's going to control things like text heights and stuff. But if I'm going to put a line in to this space, into this model, that's supposed to be, let's say it's 200 feet long out on the ground. Well, I'm not going to say, okay, well, at 50 scale, that's going to be what, 400 feet or 100 feet. And I need to, keep making those. I don't do that. I'm always going to be drawing in real world positions in this model space. It's just that the scale takes care of what size to make it when it gets printed. Okay, so don't be confused with that. We're not changing the actual scale of the drawing. The scale of the drawing set stays, real world is real world. Now, also part of that scaling is it's going to establish down here at the bottom. You can see mine. You may not have that showing, but this is an annotation scale list. And if I double click that and I look at my, I can choose some things, or I can even make some more. And again, these store with the drawing, they can store with the drawing template, but I can create, these different annotation scales, and they're not going to really matter to anything if you're not using annotation. But if you are, then when you set that up to a particular size, it creates things. If you're using annotative text styles, it will create them at the proper scaling based on what you tell it. That is, so they can sort of think of that as a paper scale that you're going to use, and it's going to help control the size of annotative objects. Okay, so that normally gets set when you change this. So if I go to my drawing setups again, if I change that from 50 to say 20, if I say, okay, notice this has now changed to 1 inch equals 20. And there's a reason that happens that way, and I'll show you what we have to set. So I'm going to put this back at, just for yucks, make it 40, so it creates a new one. So now it's created this one that you didn't see before. It's now 1 inch equals 40, and that's my current one is set. So it links that to that. So it sets that up if I'm using annotative scaling. And then I can turn these on and off to automatically add things. That's a CAD type thing. We're not going to spend a lot of time with that, but there's a link that gets that established, gets that set up. So let's take a real quick peek at that under settings, or I'm sorry, not drawing setup. Sorry, my mistake. Settings, Carlson configure. So we'll go to settings, Carlson configure, and I go to my general settings. What we were just talking about is down here where it says, I'm telling it I want to use annotated scaling, yes or no. And this checkbox right here says set annotated to the drawing scale. So anytime you change this drawing scale up here, it's going to change that annotative scaling for you automatically if that's checked on. All right, so I'm going to cancel that and exit that. And you saw that change there. Now, if I change here, if I change that to be 1 inch equals 100 feet, that changes my annotative scaling, but my settings drawing setup remains at what I told it I wanted it to be. Okay, so it's not a two-way switch. I can freely change this and have my current annotation set to a different scale. It won't change what Carlson's going to be using, only what the CAD stuff uses. But if I change what Carlson's going to use, it takes care of changing that for me. All right, so nothing real important. You can work without any knowledge of that whatsoever, but that's there in case you're using annotated scale and you can understand what it means. So let's look real briefly at a couple of things I want you to make sure you've got turned on. And let's go to the settings menu, to Carlson configure. And let's look at a couple of things that are going to be important to understand, but I want to just make sure that you have them to match what we're doing here as well. You may at this point decide, all right, whatever these settings are, you may hit the save as button and say, these were my default settings. You can give it a location. It will take all 60-some thousand settings in the software and it will write those out and it will tell you that save those so you can put them back to the way you started before class. If you want to do that, feel free. But a couple of things I want to look at, not all of these, but let's look at the survey settings while we're here right now. So if you're putting this down here, and if you're brand new, if you've never looked at this, I think the default for the CG survey menu used to be compact. I don't know if that's still the default. The default now might be none. And all that is there's a compact and expanded, and it's a set of menus. And if it says compact, you'll see one menu that says CG survey. You pull that menu down and it's got all of the menu commands from that Carlson and Goodherd survey package that a lot of surveyors, when Carlson bought that company, a lot of surveyors, you know, when they switched to the Carlson software, but they were familiar with the old C&G tools, that lets them work in that old system while they're in Carlson. So that was a means of letting them keep that at their fingertips. If you don't have past experience and a need to go back to those old C&G systems, set that to none and it'll save your menu space. Now, the next one is for your initial traversing and side shot angle mode. This is when you're doing COGO commands and you're telling it to do side shots or your setting or traverse commands. How do you typically turn your angles? If it's always angle right, you can set it to be there and it won't ask you. If you're always using azimuth, the same thing, or I'm just going to have it ask me for it. The show occupying backside points on the status bar. This works best with the AutoCAD interface, the IntelliCAD interface. I find sometimes when I'm doing a command, it's supposed to come down here in the status bar at the bottom and show you OC and a point number, and then BS for your backside and a point number. So you know where you're sitting, where you're looking as you're getting ready to set up the next shot forward. And again, I find that sometimes IntelliCAD doesn't really put that down here very successfully, but I never use it anyway. It doesn't hurt to have that checked on or off. Because if you lose track of where you are, let's say you're doing a bunch of point computations, phone rings, you get sidetracked, and then you go, oh gosh, where was I sitting? What was I looking at? You don't remember. So it's really easy to set that with a real quick inverse. You just inverse and you give it the backside number, and you go to the next number that you want to use as the occupied point, and that sets your setup, if you will. And you just type, you know, I for inverse, your backside number, your foresight number, hit enter, and it will report what that inverse distance and bearing is, but it also has the effect of making that your backside point and your occupied point. So it's real quick to get back where you need to be if you forget. The automatic raw file and line on yes or no is when you're doing those computations. If you have that raw file out, now you can turn those on and off when you do those commands. You don't have them but this automatically turns them on. And if the raw file is on, it's going to create basically an audit trail of those commands that you can go back and change later. So you run a bunch of computations, and if you mess something up, it's just like a spreadsheet. It's like having a spreadsheet. You can go back into that information and change for a particular one and not lose all of those other commands that you did. So if I set a bunch of points, bunch of side shots, and I traversed around, set a bunch of other side shots, and if you mess up that traverse location, instead of going from, say, wherever I was, and I landed up here where my cursor is pointing right now, and computed a bunch of side shots around it, if I messed up that computation, and that point is supposed to be down here, well, all of these side shots and things are supposed to come follow with it. So I don't have to keep repeating those commands. If I use that raw file on, I can go back and fix the command that set this location. It now comes here, and then all of those others will follow suit. Okay, so that is sort of something there, but if you don't do a lot of Kogo work, and again, you can turn that on if you need to when you do the command. So I usually leave mine off. The automatic line on means when you do those commands, if it is a traverse command, it will draw lines between your points that indicate your traverse points, but not your side shots. It doesn't put that on. All right. Now, this next one is something that's pretty handy, and I'll show you when we get to it. I'm going to have it turn that on. This is a point snap, which works sort of like the CAD system's node snapping, but it does it with a different mechanism, and it's real handy for when we're using points. And then you can also have it automatically look at the points that are in the drawing and compare them to a coordinate file anytime you open this file up in the future. And if something has shifted from one to the other, it's going to tell you that, hey, there's a mismatch here, and you can choose to update the drawing points from the coordinate file, or you can update the coordinate file from the drawing points. And so it's just a nice little check. The LDT field book codes, that's your land desktop. If you're using codes that the data collectors typically use, for those days, you can set those up and map them to your own descriptive codes. Typically don't see a need for that so much anymore. That was more back, 15, 20 years ago when that was the case. All right, so this is the big one I want to do is have this automatic point object on and set my CG surveys to none. And then I'll say okay to that. All right. Now, and we'll come back after our break and we'll go into a little more detail on this, but let's look at the general settings real quick. And without explaining a lot of these things, here's the ones that I have turned on. And this is that very first one that says use the startup wizard. You remember when we started through the wizard, that box at the bottom that says skip startup next time? If you turn that off, you won't see that wizard again until you say here that you want to use it. Okay, and this is where you turn it back on. So if you will match what I've got here, will be matched for that. Now, one thing I will show you is this item right here, this use software rendering. Yours should be off. Mine is on because I'm running this through a subsystem that runs on a Macintosh, so it doesn't take advantage of the hardware on the video adapter other than what the Mac subsystem hands it. So it always has to compute with the software in rendering. So you'll get better results and faster results if you've got a supported video card if you uncheck that. But these others, enable file selection, graphic preview, that's when those file open dialogues come up. You see a little picture. Use annotative scale. I like to do that myself when I'm using annotative text scaling and annotative block sizes. It won't matter whatever you have that set to be, but it will, if you're familiar with annotative scaling, go ahead and tell it you want to use it and set that up. This business down here, setting the annotated to the drawing scale, that was when I chose that settings, drawing setup, set the scale. It changed it down here at the bottom for me automatically. And then this is when it has to create this, it's going to use this form. So many inches space equals space, and then it's going to put a foot on. So when it sets those numbers up, that's why this says 1 inch equals 40 feet instead of 1:40. Okay. Now, the next thing And this dialog font doesn't really matter. I think that's the default. That should be fine. I would leave this report viewer set to the Carlson viewer. You can change it to these others if you'd rather. But this allows you, if you use that, there's some tools in there that let you dump the report contents into the drawing. And I like that aspect of it as well. For digitizer settings, go ahead and turn on to use the mouse so that it doesn't try to turn a digitizing tablet on if you do a command that supports digitizing. So I would just say use mouse and be done with that. Over here, choose the alphanumeric. We'll talk about that after a break, the differences in what these will do. And then I've got all of these linking checkboxes on. We're going to spend a little bit of time in that to show you those net effects, because in particular, surveyors have a need to be aware of how the software is going to behave when we come back to that. Okay. And remove arcs, reduction method. I have a max offset of 0.02, a chord length of 0.25. If I were to use the chord length, it would use that number. If I'm using max offset, it's going to use that number. And that's an automatic setting. We'll talk about what that does and how it has an effect a little bit later on. We start to get into the modeling. Okay, so just match this stuff on yours to be what mine is showing you here. Okay, and you may have some slight differences depending on which version of the software you're running. It may or may not be identical to mine. But for everything except software rendering, go ahead and turn those on. I'll give you a minute or so on that. Just Cindy, if you're familiar with the little Zoom controls, just do your hand wave or a checkbox or whatever that little reaction is to tell me you're good to go, or just turn your mic on, say you've got it, and we'll move ahead. Okay, mic's good.
I'm done.
Okay, good to go. So we'll say okay for that. And then we're going to say exit for this to come back into our empty blank drawing. And notice now up here in my little top, when I hit that set button back in my initial wizard, it's changed it from drawing one to now class example one. At that point, you can save your file. There's nothing in it really other than those settings that we've changed that we need to worry about. So now at this point, here it is, gosh, almost 11 o'clock. So we're about a half hour past our break time, but so I'm going to give you, your good 15-minute break here so you can stretch your legs, get some coffee, take care of phone calls and emails. So let's come back at say 11:15, and then we'll talk about the effects that these settings are going to have. And then after lunch, we'll get into some of the real fun stuff. I want to get this setting stuff out of the way now, because if we wait till after lunch and come back, we'll be asleep by about the first half hour into that discussion. So let's let's get the pain out of the way. All right, so I'm going to pause our recording, and I'll pause the share, and then when we come back at 11:15, we'll pick up from there. Does anybody have any questions at this point? Everybody good to go? All right.
Yep.
All righty, so I'll pause the share. And I'm going to pause our recording. Okay, so hope everybody got some some benefit out of a break. I apologize for running over about a half hour, but anyway, we'll still get your contractual break times. All right, so what I want to do now is we're going to see the effects of some of these settings here, in particular that object linking. So what I'd like you to do is let's center our drawing up around say 5,000, 5,000. So if I type Z for zoom and then C to center at 5,000, 5,000, it's now going to ask me for a view height. Now that's not the elevation up in the air as to how high you're going to be. That's how much distance on the ground from the bottom of the screen to the top of the screen. So if I just say 500 feet. Now, if I go from say, about here to up here, you're going to see that somewhere close to, there's 470, 480 feet. So that's what that number was telling me. So I'm just sort of setting my zoom up here in the middle to get away from the 0, 0 negative coordinates. Not necessary, but just something I do when I'm doodling around. Okay. Now, we're going to draw a couple of things. Let's use the Carlson draw 2D polyline, and it's on these toolbars. Now we'll talk about that here in a little bit at where these toolbars are, but let's go to the menus for a minute. So I'm going to draw a 2D polyline. And if you don't see this option box come up, down on the command line, you should see a list of options, one of which is either S for settings or O for options. I don't know what it says. And that'll pop this up. So this is sort of the Carlson enhancement to the AutoCAD or IntelliCAD P-line command. So I'm going to draw a polyline, and you can set it at a particular elevation if you know what that needs to be, or you can set the elevation based on the first point. So if you snap to something that has an elevation, it will establish the elevation of this two-dimensional polyline to be that first point. You can set in some offsets. You can skip inline vertices for extending. That's if you use one of the other tools to extend. It will ignore the intermediate vertices on it for the extension. You can have it prompt you to draw another one when you're done. Auto zoom, it will automatically zoom into where you're drawing, or I just keep my never so it doesn't jump my zoom around and make me seasick. I can tell it to annotate closed paths. So if I draw a closed figure, it will label the areas and all of that, and I can set up different settings here as to, like, if I'm drawing building footprints, there's a FFE for finished floor elevation, put it in the center, use leaders, set the heights, all kinds of different stuff, so I'm not going to do that. I'm just drawing a polyline. But here's a little box I want you to pay attention to. Autocorrect for 90-degree corners. If that is on, and it will stay on if you've used it in a previous time you've drawn this, so pay attention to that, because what happens when it's on? Let's go ahead and turn it on, and then down here where it says properties, just say use current drawing properties, and that'll be whatever is set here. It's going to be on layer 0. That's fine. So just say use current. If you don't do that, that lets you change it to a different stuff. Just use current and say okay. And now the prompts, it says pick a point or point numbers, and right there's that big difference. If we had points in the file or even in a coordinate file, it would read the point number and use that location. But I'm just going to screen pick some things. I'm going to pick here, and I'm going to draw up, relatively, well, it doesn't matter what angle I start with, but if I go here, and now if I go over here to something, and there's a certain tolerance value, and I'm not sure where that is, and you can't really set it, but let's say I intend to be drawing a building. So I've got that checked on. So if I just click here, did you see how it jumped? And it forced that angle to be 90 degrees. Now, if you're outside that angle, let's say down here, it doesn't force it. But if you're close to that, let's say within that, you see how it jumped it back over. So now that's actually 90. So the reason I tell you to be careful with that is because when you are drawing something, if you have it on from a previous time, I'm just going to delete that one. If I go back and draw a 2D polyline again, and if I don't pay attention and that's on, and if I'm drawing something and I don't want it to be exactly 90 degrees, I want it to be exactly where I pick it. If I'm within that tolerance, it's going to still correct it. So make sure you pay attention to that. If you need it, use it. If you don't, don't. Okay. You can also have it automatically smooth. And this is in case you see what it's doing is it's putting arcs in there. So if you're tracing, you know, some contour lines or something like that, it automatically smooths it. Now that's, notice what it does to smooth it. It adds all of those extra little vertices in there. So to sort of smooth it out. So that's not necessarily an efficient thing that stores all of those vertex locations. So, you know, be aware that that's on or off, and it's okay to use that, certainly. And that has the same effect as if you had drawn the P line and then you did a P edit and you said fit or actually spline fit. I'm not sure if it's a spline. I think it's just an arc fit. So that has that effect. So that's some of the additional things that it can do. All right. So let's now draw us another one. And let's just draw a line up here to remember we're like 500 feet away screen size. So I'm just going to draw, you know, what might represent say some kind of a property boundary. You know, maybe it went down to here and then it closed up to here. Now there's two things you can do. You can snap back to that endpoint. We'll talk about snapping here in a minute. You guys are probably both familiar with is everybody comfortable with snapping? You understand, you know, the object snaps and, you know, endpoint, midpoints and all that stuff. All right, Mike's
Yes.
good. You're probably good.
Yeah, good.
Okay, so we won't dwell on that. So I usually leave my snapping on. So you can either snap to that. Now, if you do that, this figure, even though it's visibly closed, it's not a closed polyline. And if you need it to be, you can either snap it and then change it in the property, or you can type just like the P-line command, you can type C. You notice that's one of the options down here. You just type C to close and it will close it up. And now when you look at its properties, you see that yes, it is indeed closed. Okay, so now we've got something here that might represent a boundary on a property. And here's what I want to illustrate what's going to go on. Let's go to the, let me switch to the survey module. Sorry about that. Let's go to the annotate menu and let's just say auto annotate. And so that's going to come up and give us some options. Going to wait on it just a second here. Without getting into all of these options at this point, just take the default. You may have your angle above the distance or whatever, it doesn't matter. Just take the default and say, okay, and then choose that object. And when you do that, you're going to get some labeling along that figure. So that computes the bearing and distance according to the settings that I had shown. I did not have it draw the direction arrows on there, but you can do that. You can put crow's feet on. That's something that I know a lot of Texas surveyors use, those crow's foot indicators. But now that we've done that, we have this, and if I select this distance right there, that bearing and distance, see it's an M text. Yours could be simple text, could be two separate pieces of text. Doesn't matter, but that's nothing more than just a standard piece of text. And if I do something like this, for instance, you see what it does there, and then I could move it down here and put it on my line like that. Now that has become just an edit to a piece of text, and I can do that. I can change those numbers. I can do anything I want, but here's what happens. If that figure that was annotated happens to change, watch what happens. It recomputes and redisplays these. And of course, now this one was drawn out there at, let me scale it. I just want to, I guess I have to do it from here. Sorry. There we go. So if I open that back up to where it's there, it will go back to so it keeps its insertion point where it was, but it keeps that the change in width that I made to it. But again, anytime any of that stuff changes, it's going to recompute and repopulate those numbers. Okay, that same thing happens if you do annotate, or not annotate, but area layout, and say area by closed polyline. It reads what the area is, and if I exit the report, it's then going to put that down. And that's, again, you have control over the formatting of that. You can put lot numbers, etc. And then if this changes, notice those numbers changed as well. Okay, so that is governed by this setting here under settings, Carlson configure general. Over here, link labels with line work. And when it says labels, it means anything that you've generated with these annotation commands. If you've just if you've done something like just, you know, typed in a piece of text and snapped it to that, it won't change that. It has to be done from that annotation. Or let's say you station a polyline or center line. I'll just use a 2D polyline. I'll say, okay, I'm going to pick this. And you notice it started at wherever I started my drawing down here at station 0 + 0, a 50-foot tick. There's 1 + 0, 0, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so now that one doesn't react to that. Okay, as part of that labeling, this annotation that labeled that directly does, but this can be updated without having to erase that by simply repeating the station commands. So now it's recomputed the station around there. Okay. Now, if I look at this again, notice it's on a layer called bearing text. And this is on a layer called PCLSTA. And the tick mark is on a layer called PCLTXT. So I've got a text layer for the centerline stationing for the ticks. I've got one for the stationing. Those could be different colors based on my layer definitions in my file here that I use. There's my stationing. Let's make our stationing red. Let's make our text yellow. So you can see that effect a little bit differently. My bearing text, we'll make that, let's make it green. Just so you're aware that these are all on different things. I could do the same thing here. This one's on area text. You get the idea. All right, so now let's say you've done something like that, but you don't want these stations and tick marks on there anymore. You want to get rid of those. So if there's several ways of doing that. One, you can go to the station itself, and there was our station layer. You could delete that, and it's going to come up and say, hey, do you want to delete the record and all entries that reference that? Or you can change it to a different layer, or you can skip deleting, all that kind of stuff. That way you can do it. You can go through and pick individually and make sure you've got them all and then hit the delete key. Or you can do a couple of Carlson techniques that are really useful. One of which is you can isolate that layer, and you can do it several ways. The Carlson way is on the view menu. It's also on a toolbar. We'll get to those in a minute. And we can say isolate layers, and you can pick one or more just representative samples. So I got one of those and one of these. I hit enter, and now it freezes off everything else except the ones I've selected. You could then go through here, delete everything, and now go back to the undo of the isolation and do restore layers, and that brings it back to the way it was before you isolated. And if you had other things that were frozen before you did the isolation, it keeps them frozen. Now, there is an AutoCAD equivalent to that, or an IntelliCAD equivalent. If I have it, let me show the IntelliCAD layer tools toolbar. And there's one here that says isolate layer and then layer unisolate. That's the very same command. So that, you know, if I isolate just those and then unisolate that, that does the same thing. So that, you know, either way you want to do that's fine. I've gotten familiar with using the Carlson ones. That's no problem. Now, the other way to do that, let's go back to, I think if I just type oops at the command line, it puts everything back that I did in my last erase command. So they're back now. All right, so another way of doing that that's also kind of handy, it does sort of the same thing, is called erase by layer. And now it's up here in my layers toolbar. Again, we'll talk about toolbars in a minute, but it's a very handy tool. It's also available on the edit, erase by layer. Now, one thing I want to point out about the menus here that can help you understand where some of these tools are also located. When you see in your menus, first of all, if you see an ellipsis, a little dot, dot, dot at the end of the command, that means there's going to be a dialog box or something else that comes up following this before it does the action that's going to ask you for some information. But the key thing is when you see an icon to the left of that command, that means that that command is also available on a toolbar somewhere. It doesn't tell you which toolbar, but at least lets you know that, hey, if I use that command a lot, and let's say I do a lot of this edit polyline utilities, or let's say edit, polyline utilities, remove from polylines. If I do this command a lot, remove a polyline segment, but I don't want to go edit polyline utilities, remove polyline to get to that command. I notice it's got an icon, so it's on a toolbar somewhere. So that makes it worth my while to sort of find out where that is and be familiar with that as a quick access to the toolbar. There's a couple of other things that show up when you hover over a command. You look down here in the status bar, it tells you a little bit about what the command does. And this is not universal. There's some commands they haven't gotten documented yet, but usually it's pretty standard. It tells you what it does, and then it gives a colon, and it tells you the name of the command. So if you were to type that command, REMOVEPL, that will launch that same command. Just type that at the command line. Now that also works, for instance, under our quick keys under settings. And this is like the, the same type of quick key that the CAD system has in place. There's a bunch of commands. So if I had that remove polyline, and if it's in here, I don't know, I'm not gonna take the time to go through it, but if I were to find it, let me see if there's, like a lot of times I use that remove polyline vertex, and if I do that a lot, and I don't want to keep hitting the toolbar or menus, and I don't want to type REMOVEVERT or whatever it says, I can just add it and put in like an RV and then tell it the command to run. And that gives me a little shortcut, a little quick key. So that's something about the menus. But now, back to a way of erasing a couple of these things instead of isolating the layer. And by the way, you can also do this to isolate a layer. If you select one option, right click and choose select similar, selects all of those, then go and grab the other one and right click, say select similar. Then it's got all this. Now, I pointed that out as a two-stage select similar because unlike AutoCAD, if I select both of these and say one of each and say select similar. Well, actually, they've got that fixed, at least in this version. The older versions of IntelliCAD would not do more than one object. So I had to do it twice. Select one, select similar, then select the other one, select similar. And regardless, I've got those selected. And now, like AutoCAD has right in here an isolate menu, the IntelliCAD doesn't. It uses up here from this toolbar or under view, there is this show hide by selection. So I can say isolate by selection. Well, what did I? Oh, yeah. All right. So here's something else to show you. If you say isolate by selection, and a lot of these Carlson commands work this way, you can't pre-select the object and then run the command. It doesn't keep that selection set going. But if I type P for previous, because I selected them first, I run the command, it lost my command, my selection set. But if I just type P for previous and get it back, then when I isolate, it shows me those by themselves. Okay. And then I can reverse that by view, show hide by selection, show all, and it puts them back. Okay, so that's another way of isolating the layers. But a quicker way of doing this, if you know you want to get rid of everything on a particular layer or set of layers, you have under erase, this erase by layer, and there's that icon, the eraser with a stack of layers behind it. Notice it's up here on this toolbar at the top. All right, so I'm going to erase by layer, and this has a couple of nice things here. You can type the layers you want to use, separated by a comma. You can select them from a list and put filters and wildcards and such, or you can just simply select from screen, and all you have to do is pick one or more objects. So if I pick this object here as a station and one of the ticks, and then hit enter, it reads those stations. There's the station for the ticks, and then the state or the level for the layer for the ticks, the layer for the stationing. And then once you've told it the layers, you can restrict that to say only get rid of text or only get rid of circles or any of the inline text, or you can just simply say all, and anything on those layers then will be gone. Now you can load and save these. If you do this a lot for a lot of trial and error work, but just click enter and go there. Now, here's one thing to point out with that command. If I repeat that command, notice now this clears out if you start a new CAD session, but while you're working, this list stays active. And if I say select layers from screen and I go over here and select that, let's say I cleaned out these others, but I fixed them and I got them back the way I like them, I want to keep them. If I just go in and run the command, and if I don't pay attention to this and I say select from screen, all it does was add to that existing list. So you be aware, so you might need to clear it first and then select from the screen. So it gets only what you select. Okay. So the reason with that is, like, sometimes we're trying a bunch of stuff that puts stuff out on a bunch of different layers. Let's say we tried this annotation, we didn't like it, we cleared everything out, we run the stuff again, with different settings, we get, okay, now we finally have it like we like it. 2 hours later, we run that command, we're working on something else, and we pick it, and it's going to keep that in there. So be aware when you need to clear that out. Okay, so that's it's a very handy tool, but you know, just be aware of how that works. So that's how that linking works with labels to line work. Now, let's do this next. Let's set a point. We're going to go to our points menu, and we'll first look at our point defaults. And you don't need to do this more than, like, usually the first time you run the thing. But these are in your point prompting and the labeling of the points, whether you want to use descriptions or elevations or not. You can put prefixes, you can put suffixes to your elevation. You can put your elevations into the nearest inch if you want to, for whatever reason. But this little picture shows a preview of what this layout ID is going to look like. You can see the different options. Here's one that if you then put points down, but then freeze off these layers, and you're left with just a little spot elevation turned up at an angle. The default is this, which indicates the point's going to go where the point is. The point number will be over the top of the point, the elevation off to the side, and the description underneath it. And that it doesn't show it as these being centered, but it's all centered around the point. Whereas if you like them all left justified, the point would be right here to the left of the elevation, then that would be that format. And you can see the different, and you can change, these have different orders. There's the description at the top, the elevation, point number, so you can play around with those. One's the default. I like to keep mine set to 2, just the way I like to see mine all lined up in a block. This symbol is, which of the point symbols we choose that, and we choose from the list of these, different symbols we want to use. Now, keep in mind when you're choosing symbols, you've also got up here at the category different things. I've got points with wipeouts. So if you're putting property corners down and you don't want to see the ends of the lines meet in the middle, it puts a little white fill over top of that. 3D buildings, which was something I'd set up before, but I don't have them associated with them anymore. Equipment, so these are all kinds of different things, mapping symbols, points. You make your own categories, like here's City of Windsor, Canada. Again, I don't have the ones that I put there before. Trees, you get the idea. So points and trees, inlets and manholes, so there's a lot of different things, and that will be the whole, it will draw that whole structure in there for you when you set those up. But in any case, we're just going to go back to points, and this is my default, and I'm going to choose this X as my default. So if I don't tell it otherwise, that's going to be what it's going to use with this layout. I will use descriptions and elevations. I will locate it on the real Z axis, meaning that when it draws a point, it puts it in 3D space at that elevation. Otherwise, the point is drawn down at 0, even though it still has an elevation that is red when we use points. But I like to have things where they really belong in space. So that's up to you as to how you want to do that. You can have it always prompt you for a symbol name, or if you don't, it's going to use what you set. And then whether you want to use point numbers and whether you want to use automatic point numbering, which means I can give it a starting number. And then every time I do a new point, it just bumps it up by 1. And those can be, alphanumeric. Those can have letters in them. It doesn't have to just be, numbers. Whether it's going to ask me to give it a vertical axis, whether I want separate layers for these individual things, the symbol and the attributes, the points and the symbols. I'm going to say no, put the whole thing as a block on one given layer that is set right here. And again, you can select it different ways, and then draw point nodes. If I do that on or off, if I say it's on, then when it puts a point down, it also puts in place in the drawing a CAD point or a node, and that's can be set to display in various formats as well. I like to have them just in case I lose the point block. I still have the point there if I need it. You can have it automatically zoom to the center when you put down new points if you want. Again, it tends to sort of make me a little seasick. I'll draw my points and then change my zoom later. And this box right here is that I use annotative points. And then down here, we talked earlier this morning about our annotative scaling, which is, do you all see my screen controls? Do you see this box I'm moving around? It may only be visible on my screen. If you see it, I'll move it. If you don't see that, it's the Zoom control box. If you don't see
Yeah,
that,
I saw, I just haven't had it. I'm
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, you can see it here on my screen. So
Yes.
yeah, so I'm just gonna move it out of the way here so we can see this, but this annotated scaling that we talked about earlier down here is going to be, you know, whatever that's set to be. If I then use annotative points, it makes my point blocks out of these attributes using text, and it sets that text to be annotative. So if that changes, the point size will change along with it. Now, if you, and if you have that on, it takes a little bit longer. So if you're dumping a whole bunch of points in the drawing with that on, it takes a little bit longer because it has to construct each one of those individually. So if you're dumping, you know, 1,500 points in the drawing, it's going to take longer than if that's not on. And if it's not on, you can always rescale the point sizes later if you need to. So I like to leave my points not annotated. If you mask the point attributes, so when it draws the point into place, it will put a wipeout behind it so you don't see all the line work and stuff that's underneath it. If you want, you can use field to finish codes to establish a different symbol and a different layer where these things are going to go, and you'd have to, you know, you set those up and you assign it a code table that defines if you have a particular description, it's going to use a particular symbol and it's going to go on a particular layer. GIS file as well, I've got mine set to none. So if you have collected GIS attribute data for those points, it will read that data and associate it with the point, and then when you look at that point, when you edit that point, you can see that data that goes with it. And that might be something like, you know, if you when you're out in the field and you collect a point, you shoot you know, a bunch of trees, you might put in the, you know, trunk diameter or the canopy spread or the tree species, or maybe on manholes you might put an invert depth or a, you know, condition of the manhole, new, or a material, concrete, brick, you know, that kind of stuff. A little beyond their fundamental side, but you have that capability of being able to tag that up right at the same time. All right, so anyway, that's our defaults. And we'll say, okay, and all we've done is set a few defaults. Now let's go back to points. And let's just draw locate points. And again, without taking a bunch of this stuff, you notice the defaults carry over here. Up here at the top, I can switch to a different coordinate file. I've got my same one, class example one. I'll just keep that there. You can restrict the location to within certain things or a certain distance away from something. We'll just say any locations. Again, descriptions, elevations, locate on the real z-axis, whether you want to use plus or minus symbols, if it's negative or positive, all the different kind of things, labels, zeros or not. Use point numbers, automatic numbering, start with a point number, and then wildcard description. So if you're jumping in, say, if you choose draw a range and you're reading the coordinate file, you may only want to put in your control points. And so you might say CTRL asterisk. So it would look for anything with a CTRL and then anything after it and only put those points in. But by default, there it is. What happens if you try to draw a point where another point already exists? You can either erase the original and redraw it, or you can allow duplicates, so it puts in multiple points. And that's the multiple point blocks in the drawing, even though it might be the same point number. Or you can say only draw new ones. If it's already there, leave the old one where it is. You may change the attribute layouts and stuff like that, so you can leave the old ones. But usually we'll just leave that by default. There's our symbol size scalar. There's that word again. Scalar meaning plotted inches. Same thing for text. You can have it automatically fix any of those attributes, the point number, elevation, descriptions. If they overlap with other points, if you turn that on, it will shuffle them around based on certain rules. so that they don't overlap the other ones. Again, takes a little more processing time, so I'd leave it off unless you need to move them later, which you could do at that point. You can assign the layer that it goes on based on the description of the point. You can put a prefix on that layer, or you can just let it go to a layer name. Yes, BB. BB, you raise your hand.
Yes, I did. I'm sorry. In Civil 3D, when I have situation when the new points that I'm importing have the same point numbers, right? I can choose to add offset to the number of the point. Is there any options here like that?
Yes, that if we say, allow duplicates or erasing, what this is controlling right here, if I say erase and redraw, that just means when it finds there's also the same point is already in the drawing, that just controls what goes in the drawing. The coordinate file will still keep it separate, but if you are going to try to overwrite one and that point number already exists in the coordinate file, it will pop up a box at that point and say, hey, this number already exists. You want to overwrite, you want to renumber, you want to do different things like that. So there's control over that now. In terms of doing it like Civil 3D does, like just automatically adding an offset to the point numbering, I don't think that capability is there, but you can renumber it. You could just at that point manually put in say -1, -2 or something in that regard. So it does protect you from overwriting something that already exists. But what it means with this is if I'm going to draw the same point and the point's already drawn in the drawing, if I allow duplicates, and that just means I've got 2 point blocks that reference the same point, and I've said, yeah, go ahead and let me have 2, but there's no need. I can just erase, and that doesn't mean erase from the coordinate file. That means erase from the drawing and redraw the new point that I'm putting in at this stage right here. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Okay, so now the next things that you can do are down here. If you draw a range, it's going to ask you for a range of point numbers, and that means it's going to read the coordinate file and dump those points into the drawing. If you say draw all, of course, it takes the entire coordinate file, or you can say draw by a point group, and we'll talk about those in a minute. But if you enter and assign, that's going to prompt you down at the command line to type in the northing and easting and elevation and the point number and description. So you type all that stuff in, and that just builds the points. It also puts it in the drawing because we're saying draw locate points. But that lets us type that in from a list of data that we might know. But we're going to do screen pick, and then that's going to let us just pick locations. You can snap to different features. You can just pick things on the screen. So if I say screen pick, now it says pick a point to create. I'm just going to go somewhere near one of these corners and drop a point in there. It shows me where it is, and it asks me for the elevation. And you see one of the options in now, it says enter, and it's got those angle brackets. That means that's going to be my default behavior. So I can just type in, let's just call it 100.01 as a number, and I hit enter. Okay, now it's going to pop up, ask for a description, and I'm just going to call it PT for a random point. Okay, so there's now a point, and there's that attribute layout ID where they're left justified. There's my symbol, and there's my point number. Now notice when I hover my mouse, you see a little marker that shows up right here. That's because of that point snapping that we set in the survey settings is active. It shows you the location with a little glyph, and it also pops up and says what the point is, where it came from. It's in class example 1.crd, and the command used to create it was draw locate. So that gives you a little information there. So if I'm drawing different things, now I'm still being prompted for a point number to create. I could come up here and say snap to that endpoint, and elevation is different, but let's see that option that says text. If I choose that, then it's now going to say select the text of the elevation. Well, let's come over in here, and I'm going to pick this that number right there. You see that was 2.6, whatever that is, AC plus minus. It's going to read the numbers out of that and use that. And now it wants a description. I'm going to call that COR for corner. I'll say okay. Now you see that 2.362. There's that 2.36. It actually is 0.19, but it's set to only be to display these three. We'll show you that in a minute. All right, so I'm going to pick another, couple points over here, and one, I'm going to call that one 105.5. Oops, sorry. It's still in select text, so I had to type E to enter. Now I can do 105.5. And I'll put that back as a point, and maybe I'll put a point down here. And the last thing I use, 105.5, I'll keep that the same, keep that the same. And when I'm done, I hit enter to conclude the command. Now I've got some points here. And if I look at this number here, if I just double click that point, it's going to pop this up. And there's that 2.3619 is what's actually stored in the point. I can at this point change the symbol if I wanted to use a corner, or even let's change this from points with wipeouts and use that one. And you see what it did? It puts a little wipeout to hide where that corner goes. Okay. So now, so I've got these points. Now, if I do another thing here, I've got a points 1, 2, 3, and 4. So if I go to list my points, I can say all, or give it a range, give it within a certain area on this selection set. How many decimal places I want to show in my report, I'll just leave them to 2s, and I'll say, okay, there's that 2.36, and even though it's 2.3619, shows me where they are, my mins, number of points listed, etc., etc. All of this stuff up here, the job description, the job number, those were those things that you saw in those earlier setups in the settings where you could type that in there and it would be in that report. I can at this point say output to the screen if I want, give it what type of entities, the text height here. Now this is in drawing units, and I'll just put it right here and give it a rotation, default to east, and I'll say exit. And there now is that MText report that's fully editable. You can change the style, you can change the, the formatting of that. Instead of using that, I might want to use a mono space file so that I can then edit this, pull these back a little bit. You can make those underlined, like a little heading. You can erase this kind of stuff. And then once you're done, see that then becomes something that you can use if you had to plot a coordinate table in your drawing. That's something you can do from there. One that I might want to do here is to make those show up better, lined up, which is why I use that mono space so that I've got all my things lined up. So there's my points in my coordinate file. They may or may not be shown in my drawing. If they are, that's fine. If they're not, I can put them back several ways. I can let's just go to points. Let's erase points. And we're going to choose by, have to tell it how we want to choose, and we're going to choose by the screen. And you can either type the word all, or you can just draw, and it only erases the points. But it's going to ask you now, do you want to delete them from the coordinate file? I'm going to say no. Now, do you want to delete the symbols or the attributes or both? I'll say both. And so now they're gone, but they're still in my coordinate file. Which I can see if I choose the command. There it is finally. And if I look at that in my coordinate file, see, they're still there. And so I can put those back several ways. I can go to draw locate and simply say draw all. And boom, there they go. And they come back. Now that went back to that default symbol. Notice also something here too. There's this, I call it ugly text. It's that old pen plotter fast font that sort of squares off what should be round in normal text, like over here. And that's controlled by a text style that you can change. But you can change under, there's a draw text where you can set the style. Right in here, set style, or you can just type the command style. Or here's something that IntelliCAD gives you that is something the AutoCAD platform doesn't, that I really like. And that's this, it's on the toolbar here for my layer control. If I go to view menu, layer control, it's going to pop this up. And this is where we set all the layer colors and all that kind of stuff. But look over here on the left. This controls, this is just called the IntelliCAD Explorer. In AutoCAD, all you get are the layers. You don't get all this other stuff over here. You have to do those with separate commands. But I've got things like my layer states, different line types that I can load, different text styles, different layouts down here at the bottom. And I can transfer layouts from one drawing into another drawing, because you would see the other drawings you have open also listed here. And you just drag and drop between blocks. So I can take blocks from one drawing into another. That works the way Design Center works in AutoCAD. Any external references, so I don't have to use the XREF dialog. I can do it all from here. That means PDFs or other drawing files or images. So let's look at text styles. And this text style doesn't exist by default in your normal drawing template unless you define it there and then save that template. But that particular font you see is this text.shx. It's that ugly looking text. So if you want to change this after you've done it, and you can use, you know, anything that you have available in your fonts. And we use this Calibri Light to define that PTXT as a style name. So that's the font I'm going to use. And then when I come back from that, you see how that's changed its appearance. Now, if you like to have them set to be something in particular, go ahead and define that style in your drawing template and save that as your template when you start up, or you can just edit it like I did there. Okay. So now they're put back in here. That style is now changed. I'm going to go back to erasing my points again. And I can just say all. No, I'll keep them in the file. I'll get rid of both. So now they're gone. So that was a way to do it. Now here's how it controls some of those well, let me back up a minute and go back to one other utility to show you here. I've got on the points menu this point utilities, a bunch of things you can do. Now you can also see these point utilities, list points, setting the file, doing different stuff you can do with this one command right up here called coordinate file utilities. And that's going to pop up this little box and has a bunch of commands all in one spot. Things on the left are things that work with the files, the coordinate files. Things on the right are going to work with the individual points that in groups of points that you use. There's a point history. You can go back and find these histories and you can undo and delete and, you know, so if you've moved, if somebody's worked on your drawing, they moved a bunch of points, but they shouldn't have, you can go back to that history and roll it back, that sort of stuff. And in fact, you can even, if you're savvy about this, if you say point number 3, I double click that, it was done with the draw locate point command on this date by this user. And so I can use that to decide, you know, which of my survey technicians in my office that I need to go yell at if you want. Or you can also, if you're really good as a survey technician and you know that that point history file contains that, go in and edit that history file and just change that to somebody else's name you don't like. All right, so you can do things like that. But here's one thing that you can do. You can update your drawing from the coordinate file. That was just like we did draw locate. So if I update the drawing, now you can restrict it to certain ranges, etc. I'm just going to take the defaults. Oops, sorry. Update the drawing from the coordinate file. I had to tell it to draw the points from the coordinate file that are not in the drawing. And then if I say, okay, it drew 4 points and then they came back. Okay. You can do that same thing. If the drawing location, if this has moved, I'm just going to move it up here. Now, the first thing it does is says, do you want to update the coordinates for that point? If I say no, it goes ahead and moves it here in my drawing. And if I double click that, see, it still tells me you're differing from the coordinate file. Which one do you want to edit? So you can choose the screen location or the file location. That's one thing you can do. Or you could simply at that point go back to points, your point utilities, and you're going to update the drawing from the coordinate file and draw points that are not in the drawing. Or you can erase points that are in the drawing, because these can stay in the drawing and you could have switched coordinate files and they're not in that coordinate file. So it's going to take them out if you want to do that. But I'm going to say okay to that. And notice it put point 1 back where it was in the coordinate file. Okay. Now, one other location is if you decide to do something like this, go to your COGO menu. And let's create points from entity. And let's make sure we said draw points. And I'm going to select the symbols. I'm going to go get a bigger circle to wipe out on it. I'll leave these defaults set here. I will, and again, you can set the elevations based on a surface model if you have one created already, or you can prompt for elevations as you go around, or just have it read the entity's location. If it's 3D, it will set those accordingly. Point numbers, you can give it a starting point, etc. Same description. I'm just going to call these corners and use text as description if you want. I want to check that, just use the attribute. And then if I say okay, and then I choose the types of entities I want to choose, I'll skip the midpoints. Now here it says avoid duplicates with existing points. If I have that on, and even draw the matched points, and if I say okay and choose this, then it puts them all the way around there. But now up here, you see, I've actually got, when I said avoid duplicates, it kept that one there, didn't update it, because when I said avoid duplicates, put those down. I don't see my point number. Go back to that command. I'm going to draw the points. I'll use this symbol. That one, I know it worked. And if I say that, and if I uncheck avoid duplicates, and then if I say okay and I pick this, then it created 4 points. It avoided some duplicates, but I still have 2 points here. I've got one. And if I just let's go to my points menu. I'm going to move my point attributes with a leader. So I'm going to move this one out here. And I'll move this one down here. So that's actually referring to the same point. So point number 9 is also point number 2. Now, if I try to duplicate this point number 2, now this is not the same point because it's at a different location vertically. So if I look at that, if I just spin this thing up in 3D, you see these points that we set elevations on are up there, and down here is that, okay, at that elevation. So those are 2 different points. One's actually up higher than the other. Now I'm going to go back to my top view here. So that wasn't exactly a duplicate, but if I try to put a duplicate in, let's say point number 9, if I go to points, draw locate points, and I'm going to use point number 9, and if I say allow duplicates, if I screen pick, and if I just pick that point, I'll take that same elevation, and I'll call it same description. All right, so now it's got point number 9 is in my drawing twice. So I've got this point. I look at that, edit it, it has point number 9. If I edit this, that's also a point, and it's still the same point, point number 9. Let's show the elevation. Let's match the other one here. So I'll go now pull that. So we go back to move with leader and move this back here so it gathers that up. So now that's going to match the same as this other one. So I now have 2 duplicates in there in my drawing. So again, this is just what's in the drawing. They're right there on the same location. There's 2 particular points at that location because I allowed the duplicates. If I do that again to draw locate points, and if I also put that back to point 9, and I say erase and redraw and screen pick, I choose that. See, it gets rid of those extra duplicates, and it just shows me the one. So you can have things in the drawing that are Carlson points, and that's a group that consists of a block reference. There's 2 of them, one of which is the graphic symbol, the other which is that group of attributes, the point number, elevation, and description. And there is a point, that's the CAD point or the node. And that was established in my defaults under points where I said to draw point nodes right here. Okay. So that's all in the group. You can ungroup those and select them individually. You can do things like that. So a good bit of control over that, but understanding the difference when you have points shown in the drawing, they are not necessarily in the coordinate file, or they're not necessarily in the same location. And that's why in our settings, when we told it to, wrong settings. Under our survey settings, I think it was, we said automatically compare the drawing points with the coordinate file on startup. So that'll just give you a little warning that pops up and says, you have some things that don't match. How do you want to handle that? Okay. So at this point, and we're running, I'm sorry, ran you a little bit late into lunch. Go ahead and save your drawing. We'll come back and pick up where we left off. I'm going to give you that full hour. We'll come back at 1:20. But let me ask you this before we go real quick. What we're going over now, is this stuff that's, useful information for you, or is this, things you're already familiar with? You want to speed things up? Let me know the pace, how you want to approach.
I actually have a few questions about points because it's kind of different with civil. So,
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
so like in civil, if I open right and I import the points, and I can see them in tool space in prospector, right? So I can select them. I can select some of them. I can select them on screen. I actually see them all the time, right?
Right, yep.
I can erase. I can do a lot of stuff with them. Here, if the points can still be in CRD file, right? But I might not see them on the screen, right?
That is correct. And
Yes. So is there any way that I actually can see the list of the points and operate them like I do in civil, or is nah?
yeah, there is no prospector like that with this, because that's stored externally, and in Civil 3D, they're stored as part of the drawing file. So they're actually, in the drawing file all the time. It's whether they're displayed or not, but your prospector allows you to pick and select. You've got sort of similar things, like you can list a certain range, you can see what's all in there. I don't believe, let me see if I can see something here. I can do like reports, like, I can look at a report of my point numbers in coordinate file versus what's on the screen. And then we'll just select them all. And if it had, it told me I selected a number of points, it would also show me any gaps in my point sequencing, things like that. So that's not I know what you're talking about, and that's nothing like that. Like, and compare points from drawings or to the coordinate file, report out these things. So that's sort of, they're still sort of kept separate. And that's just the nature of the fact that Carlson holds these point containers out in these CRD files, and they may or may not be drawn in the drawing. In fact, plenty of my jobs, I'll use multiple coordinate files, but my drawings will have points in them from different coordinate files. Like maybe my field crews come in and they give me a daily coordinate file dump, and I'll put those in as separate coordinate files, and they're all get my drawing, but they come from a different file, which is one of the reasons why when you look at, say, this point, I'm trying to get that it's back on. I'm trying to get it to hover here. Maybe because I've moved it around. There's a little, let's see if I can find something here. The layer name. All right, so if I hover over that point, yeah, see there, it's going to show me that next to last line that it came from class example 1.crd. So if I had some from other things, as I hovered over those points, it would show me the different coordinate files that those were sourced from. I also see that from my point histories out of those utilities as well. But to answer that question, there's no mechanism like the Explorer that allows us to do that. Now I want to take a real quick peek while we're on that topic. And let's see. don't think it's going to let me do that. I just call it Explorer. So if I look at this file, and if I add to it my last example one drawing, words. Yeah, I was trying to see if I could look at, if I can look at that drawing. I've got, yeah, here's the different coordinate files that I may have used. Here's the one that I've got. And so when I double click it from the Project Explorer, and if I have used multiple coordinate files, they'd be there. If I double click that, it just basically loads up the points. I don't have the ability to say, select those and then draw those over into the drawing.
Is
This is,
there any, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Is there any possibility to select some of the points on the screen? Let's say, you know, the drawing is very messy. There is a lot of stuff. I don't want to erase or freeze all the layers, just to pick points that I want, right?
yes.
And move them to another layer or do something with them, right? Is there any way in Carlson that I can select just points, some of the points?
Yeah, I mean, just as your typical selection. So if you're going to do something like let's just say we want to you know, move a point, or let's say let's adjust a point coordinate. Let me see a better example. Let's say if I want to just erase points, now I can select it by screen or by group name or by number. If I say number, then I might say, you know, 5 through 8.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so now do you want to delete them from the coordinate file? Yes or no? No. Delete point symbols. Yes. All right, so now it's taken out the 5, 6, 7, 8. But when I did it the second time, you notice the 9, 10, 11, 12, you know, they stayed, or 9, 10, and 11 stayed with there. So you can select by those numbers. You can also select, let's say if I want to list only points, you can list a range, or you can use these point groups, and we're going to look at that after lunch. That's a way where you can have, let's say, all the traverse points, or then all of the property corner points, or all of this. And so you can assign a group name, and then you can just say, pick a group, and it will have a list of the groups you've made, and you just select that. And once you have that selected, then you can use that to dump into the drawing and do different things like that. Okay, so that's probably the closest that we're going to come to that same type of functionality. So that, you know, it's not difficult to be able to do that. You can certainly select, and you can sort of, you know, just pick individuals. That's always doable as well. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Any
Thank you.
yeah, sure. Any other questions? Mike, how are you sitting?
Well, you know, so far the pace is fine for me. I'm at such a base level. I fully expected for this to be an initial run over. You know, before I take the surveyor's course, I will have broken this, walked away with the video and broken it down by timestamp topic and studied. So I'm fine. You know, generally understand it and, you know, can operate it. I certainly can't keep up with you with the drawing, but I'm perfectly fine so far.
All right, well, if you get behind on any of that stuff, though, let me know, and I'll step you through the drawing commands that we use, because I'm just picking. So if you're a little light on some CAD skills, you know, let me know, and I can you know, make sure that you keep up with that. It's not necessary that you have all this kind of stuff. We're just doodling at this stage.
Right.
to show some of those linking and such. And if you remember the stationing that we put around there and that didn't update when we moved this, that's because that was done as a polyline separately. But if you have, for instance, a let's say I've got an alignment and I'm just creating this
Yeah, so she said,
just graphically. So I'm going to put in some points like that, and I'm going to choose
you all how much days, right? From next-
so there might be a center line for a road. And if I go to center line and say polyline to center line, I'm just going to call that test. That, take those defaults, hit enter. So now that is an alignment. So this is a,
Well, you know,
if I
that's
double click
fine.
that, it loads up
Yes.
the polyline edit command. If I double click this now, even though it's still just an alignment here by polyline, if I double click it, it launches me into the centerline editor. Okay, so it now knows it's a centerline. Now, if you station that, and we choose that file, and there's that graphic preview I was telling you about. So it's now labeled that according to those settings. But now if you edit the center line, let's say we take this curve and we make that, instead of a 133-foot curve, let's just make it a 50-foot curve. So you see it's making it a smaller curve. And if I save that and exit, it automatically redraws it, automatically reshapes it. If I take this and let me not do that one. Let's just pull this guy up to here. And that should have, now I have to go back into the editor and save. And so that's going to trigger the update. So that pulls all that stuff with it. So that's the linking. And the fact that when I make a grip edit on this, if I pull this back over to, even to this spot, notice it reshaped it and kept the tangency there. But when I grip edit that and change the polyline, it actually changes the centerline file that I had linked, and that was through this setting here where we said link line work with center lines. And that's what allows me, if I make a grip edit on the line that made the center line, it will update the file. If you update the file and save, it will redraw that original polyline. Okay, so that, and if you don't want that stuff to happen, you had that unchecked when you create it. So, and there's reasons for that. And you surveyors, and again, I promise we're going to lunch right now. But here's why that's important. So if you've set points and you've got a bunch of things here and you're trying to resolve this as a boundary, as to resolve it to the deed. So you want your deed calls, your bearings and distances and stuff to match your deed. But let's say you go in here and this point was not exactly where that point, maybe that point was, over here just a little bit, but you want to really use that location based on whatever evidence. I'm not, getting into that evidentiary rules discussion right now, but let's say that point, let's say you drew this figure based on those points. Then, if you go in there and tweak that point location, if you have on in this general settings, link line work with points, if that point moves, the line's going to follow it. Okay, so you may or may not want that to happen. If you do, that's fine. But if you have that on and you tweak a points location, it's going to possibly change these values and this area and all that kind of stuff. And you may or may not want that to happen if you're resolving these to deeds. And there was a survey company down in North Carolina that I taught years ago, that once I explained that, the survey manager said, uh-oh, and go back, everybody right now to your office, look at your settings and tell me what you got. Some people came back and they had it on, some people had it off. And he goes, well, that explains the last lawsuit we had, because they had some people working on the file. When they created it, it was on. Somebody else worked on the file and they're used to it being off, and they tweaked something around and they moved it, but it wasn't enough that they noticed it visually, but it changed all of these kind of things, and it changed, you know, their survey results and how they presented it. So just be aware of what happens when those links are on, and it's at the time of creation, whatever that setting is, as to what governs the behavior of that in the future. And it governs if somebody else picks up the drawing, regardless of what their setting is, whatever the setting was when that was created is going to be what's in effect for when they make any modifications to it. So you got to be careful with some of that stuff and be aware of what it does. Okay. So we'll come back to that. We'll pick up after lunch and we'll give you the full hour. So let's come back at 1:35. And, you know, if there's any more questions right now, go ahead and let me know. Otherwise, we'll come back at 1:35. Go ahead, when that's the screen time.
So yeah, I know I need to go.
I'm good to go.
All righty.
See you later, babe.
Well, I will, I'll pause our share here and let's pause the recording. And when we come back, you'll see the share come back up. All right, so we've done a couple of little things, just playing around, doodling around here. We've I got some things in here to start to look at. So what we're going to do is now jump back over here and talk a little bit about these points and what Carlson points are as opposed to CAD points, and the difference between those type of entities or just simple vertex locations or the vertices of connected line work like polylines. And one thing you may come to notice, a lot of the commands and the Carlson commands, they really prefer working with polylines as opposed to lines. In fact, I don't know how long it's been since I've ever drawn a line. Even if I just need a point-to-point piece of line work, I'll draw it as a polyline instead of, you know, a single segment polyline instead of a line, just because Carlson commands work with the polyline so much better. So anyway, as part of that, we're going to start to see how those, you know, affect our modeling work and what's involved with them. So here's an idea, for instance, like asking here, if I'm, you can see the book here in this drawn figure, you know, are there points there? And just like we drew this little boundary line here just as a polyline, part of the geometry, there were no real points there until we put Carlson points on them. And yet the line work itself has inherent to it these little locations called each one of it's called a vertex, or it has vertices in that figure, and you can use those, snap to them, do all kinds of stuff with it. And they are used when we go to model surfaces. They're used to create the corner points of triangles when it starts to build our triangles, but there are no real separate points located there until you decide to put a point there. And that's what we're going to talk about going forward here is what is a point and what's the difference between a CAD point and a Carlson point. And here's an example. There's a CAD point. Now, the display of that point can be controlled with this thing called a what's called PD mode. This thing right here. That's your point display mode, and that's just inherent to the CAD software. It's how that shows up. Even if the node is set to display as an X, that's not something you can snap to the endpoints of those drawn lines. It's just the display of the point that's at the center of that. That's why we normally, by default with Carlson, we see it as a dot because that's the way the PD mode is set to display. So we'll play around with that when we look at some data in a minute as well. But the Carlson point object is comprised of three things. It has a CAD point with it as part of that group. It puts a point there, and that's only if we tell it to draw the point nodes, which we typically do. But it has that point node, but then it can also have a symbol. And in this case, you'll see that little target looking symbol. And then it has and that's a block. And it has another block, and it's a block of attributes, and that's the point number, the elevation, and the description. And if you look at it, say here, you can see the CAD point displayed as an X, and you see the symbol block, which is a triangle. Now those corners you can snap to, and that's why that point snapping becomes important. So you don't accidentally grab a corner when you mean to be getting the insertion point of that block. Okay, so we're going to see how those things were going to work. And there used to be a thing here. There was a little thing to take note here. There was a little difference in the IntelliCAD version. They've since corrected that. And that had to do with this decimal place for displaying how many decimals that are going to be displayed when you look at stuff. The actual full value of all of these, whether it's northing and easting or elevation, all of that gets stored, but it was just a display situation. So you can sort of ignore that part of it. So let's take a look at some exercises here that are going to work with these points and what we can do with them. So we're going to simply, and you can stay right in the file that you're doing, but we're going to set a different coordinate file that already exists now. It's called exercise 1-coordinates. So even with all of this done, I'm just going to select all this stuff and delete it. So nothing's in my drawing right now. And I'm going to go up here to points, and I'm going to say set coordinate file. And when I do that, I'm going to look and notice I've got my new or existing tab. I want an existing one. I'm going to make sure I'm sitting in the folder that I'm associated with my drawing. So I'm there. Here are the things that are in that folder, part of your data set. So select exercise 1 coordinates, and you see over in our preview, it tells you how many points that are in there, what the point range is, etc., etc. We open that file, and now all we've done is said use this point file, and it's now associated with this drawing. I can list my points. You can see there they are. There's some points, and they got some, negative coordinates. They were just arbitrarily drawn down near 0, 0. So that's okay. All right. So, but there's nothing in my drawing. If I zoom extents, see, nothing shows up. So if you want those points in your drawings, you know now how to go to draw locate points, and you can just say, draw all, and there they go. They pop into place. So there's all our points. They're in there. You can see there's 22, 21, 20, 19. They're different locations. Okay, so they don't even have to be in the drawing. However, I can just erase them out of there, and they're still out of my drawing. But now, watch what happens if you use a Carlson command. Let's draw a 2D polyline. We'll just keep these, make sure it doesn't say autocorrect for 90-degree corners. And we'll say, okay, and now when it prompts you to pick a point or a point number, just type 20-22. That means start with point number 20, get 21, and then 22. Or if there was a 20-A or anything like that, it picks them up in sequence. And so it drew from point number 20 to 21 to 22 from the coordinate file. So it didn't even have to be in my drawing. And now it's waiting for another one. So let's say maybe now I want to go back, continuing this line. I went 20, 20, 22. Let's say I'm going to go back to 19. Then I'm going to go to 15. Then I'm going to go to 10. to 8, so I'm gonna go backwards in my range. And then I'll hit enter to finish that. Now, those points were read from the file. And so if I go back and draw my points, you can see where they were. I'll just draw all. And now if I look down here, that started 20, 21, 22, went to 19, went to 15, then went to 10. So it didn't connect there, but it went to 10, 9, and 8. That was my 10-8. And that was the advantage of using that Carlson command to draw that point. So now you can also do something like, remember in our settings, Carlson configure general settings, we had link line work with points was turned on. So when that was set that way, if I now move this 19, I'm just going to select it. I'm going to grab this grip. I'm going to move it down here, and it recognizes that I'm changing it. Do I want to update the coordinate file? And I'll say yes. Oh, and then that is supposed to go with it. And why did it not? Let's see. Maybe it has to be triggered. Okay, so if I do this and trigger, let's just put another 0 and then that and say okay. And that didn't. Let's put 1 on it so it's slightly different. And it's still, well, that's supposed to be jumping to it. They may have broken that location. Let's see if I. Well, I don't know. It's supposed to have gone with it. Let's try this. I'm going to select that line. I'm going to draw this again. So this may be something that we discover here. I'm going to draw a 2D polyline. I'll recreate that same thing. I'm going to go from, sorry, did the wrong command. I'll draw a 2D polyline. I'm going to say, okay. And now I'm going to recreate that 20 to 22, 19 to 15, 10-8, enter, and then enter. And now let's move this back up to here. Okay. So you see now it is reacting. But it had to have been a point on the screen, apparently. That was interesting to find that out. Okay. So if the point is there on the screen and you use those point numbers to draw with, this linking then works. So, all right, good to know. Now, another thing that we talked about in these settings was this survey setting where we said automatic point object snap on. Now that is also the equivalent over here under the settings menu where you can turn this point object snap on and off. Now that's just a toggle, so it doesn't tell you unless you run the command and it's either now on or off. So what I did when I chose it the first time is it turned it off, and I ran it again and it now tells me the point object snap is on. Now what this is advantageous for, let's do this. I'm going to redraw my points and I'm going to change the symbol here to one that has corners on it. Erase and redraw. There we go. So now they've got these little X's. So if I'm drawing in my drawing and I want to draw with point numbers, let's say I draw a 2D polyline again. And let's say I'm going to draw from say 14 through 17, or let's say I'm going to say 14 and then 16 to 17. All right, so there's coming along. Now, if I wanted to draw over to point number 12, notice if I have snapping on and I'm snapping to the endpoint, if I get like right in there, and if I'm way out here and I just point to it, I may not be pointing to that point. I'll get that endpoint, so that's going to be slightly off. But with this setting turned on with that point snapping, all I have to do is hover over any part of the point label, and it will identify right in the center of that point. So notice it doesn't go to these corners, it goes right where that point is supposed to be. Okay, so that's a helpful little snapping feature, and it's not a CAD snap, it's a Carlson point number snap. Now, down here on my status bar under my snap settings, if I look at those settings, it doesn't have, so node snapping, if I had node snapping on, if I got right in on the center of that, it would find that point node, but the endpoint snap might override it. So you have to be careful with those. But now this one is here in IntelliCAD doesn't show it. The AutoCAD version adds a little thing here, I think. Let me see, maybe I'm confusing. If I wanted to do a temporary. Yeah, the AutoCAD version adds that Carlson point snap as one of those options. It's not in the IntelliCAD version. So in any case, and this can, and point numbers can be mixed and matched, you know, with in the midst of it. If you draw a 2D polyline, let's say we did, so point 1 to 5, and then we did a couple of things here, and then we said, you know, go to that point, come back to that point, couple points here, go up to that point, and then finish. So this polyline, and when I select it, I see the grips on the polyline. And with this little midpoint grip, I can tell that's a 2D polyline and doesn't have 3D polylines. And if you're not familiar with this, if you hover the mouse over those grips, you get these options that you can do things with, like you can convert that to an arc and put it out and say, snap it on the, you know, the end to some other geometry if you want to do. And that's one of the things that I do when I'm tracing road work. You know, I may have, let's see, let's draw that center line back. Let me it's back down here. I draw that center line I made earlier, and that's going to be way up there in the middle. So if I had this, if I just offset that, let's say 24 feet. All right, so if I've got this maybe as a picture, maybe I'm looking at an aerial photograph and I'm just trying to trace the road edges around something, or even the road center line. What I'll often do is over the image without any snapping necessarily on, I might do something like, let's say if this was my center line, I would go up to here and about visually wherever I think that little arc is going. So I'm going to put in PCs and PTs, and then I'm going to go back and select that thing I just drew, and I'm going to convert this into an arc, and then I'll just move it over to where it looks like it lines up. Now in that case, I can snap exactly on it. Okay, so it's a nice way with those little pop-up menus to be able to modify that stuff, and I don't have to go in here and worry about trying to fit an arc or fillet my drawing if I go PI to PI. So it's a really quick and handy way of doing it. And that's on our midpoint grips, our endpoint grips. You can't convert to arc because it's on the end of the two items. You can either, you can add a vertex, in which case it puts in, now there I'm in an arc. So if I come down here and say, if I can add a vertex, maybe I needed to add, a couple of changes to whatever I was doing there, and that could go back and make those arcs if I need to or not. So anyway, just a couple of things when that polyline comes up that allows you to do it. Now I just did a zoom extents, which you can do if you're not familiar, just double click the wheel on the mouse. All right, so now this particular line, this 2D polyline I drew with point numbers and by snapping the points. And because I used points, again, you saw if I move those point locations, that's going to follow. The line's going to follow. Now this linking is not two-way. It's only if the point moves, the line moves. If I grip edit the line, I can freely do that and nothing's happened. But if I were to edit this point, so it's something that triggers a change. Let me get one here. Something, maybe I have to do a regen. This back up here a bit and say yes. Yeah, okay. It didn't trigger the change with the edit, but if it moves it, notice at that point, because this was originally done with that, even though I've moved this, anytime this has a little change or even a big change, it now updates the coordinate file and it redraws this. So be aware of how that linking works. Okay. Now there's a couple of other options on that command on draw 2D polyline that you can see, and these are now included in the regular polyline command. They used to not be, but let's I'm going to uncheck this and just switch to a yellow line so you can see the difference. But I can be out here doing stuff around, maybe go to this point and this point and this point. And now notice one of my options down here says follow. So if I say, all right, I want to follow this line here. And it says, okay, where's my first follow point? Well, maybe I'm going to go to the midpoint of this line. I'm going to start there. And now, do I want to interpolate any elevations? No, it doesn't matter at this point. I'll just hit enter. And now I can give it a distance to go, or I can say, go to a particular point, or I may, maybe I'll go to that point there. So you see it's walked its way around there. And now I can go off and finish that line. Now, that may look sort of trivial, but what's useful for that is if you have a situation like see if I can give you a picture here. Let me open up a quick file. These break lines. So I may have a file like this, and maybe somebody's got a maybe like a phase boundary, or and then let's say I needed to snap to this blue line all the way around it for a certain distance. If I just say follow this line, I'll start there. And I'm going to say no to my interpolation. I'm going to come out of that, say at this corner. Okay, and then continue on. And maybe, come down here and say, all right, there's my phase one development. Because I know I had to go up to this, and that's an irregular feature. Well, if I didn't have that follow option, I would have to snap to the endpoint and then hope that I snap to all of these little corners. And you see there's some that you're not going to notice, especially around in here. You're not going to see all of those little pieces. Okay, so it's a nice little way to help you construct your lines. close this off and then save it. Okay, so get familiar with looking when we run that command, for instance, draw a 2D polyline. Get comfortable with these options down here as to what they could do for you. Because once you pick a point and you start, these options change now. So I can now add an arc, or I can go a certain distance. I can follow, I can close the figure that I'm drawing. There's all kinds of things that are there that aren't really part of the standard P-line command. Although I think, yeah, see, P-line now also offers follow, but there's no way to use point numbers, and I can snap to the points using that survey snap. That part's okay, but that is not done. So if I move this one, see, there's no linking there because I didn't use that Carlson draw command. Okay, now to answer your question about moving that point, I could type undo and just have it go back, and that takes care of fixing the coordinate file. I could also go into my utilities, go into my point history. And if I look at it in terms of points, there's point number 12. If I double click it, I see that my drawing was edited with links on. And if I want to undo that change, I'll just say undo through selected. Yep, I'll undo that. And I'll close that, and it puts that point 12 back up where it was. Okay. So you get a sense of how you can use these point numbers to help you do your drawing construction. It's pretty straightforward. It's just that little addition. So now we've got this bunch of points. There's 22 points in here, and there's nothing special about those. So now BB, getting back to your I forget what Civil 3D calls it, the prospector. Yeah, there we go. Where we can view those and we can select them and get different things about them. Well, one of the things that you can do is set up some groups, and we'll look at that. If we go to the points menu and choose the point group manager, and this has a couple of little menus in here or buttons. So I'm going to just create a group, and I'll just call it group 1. And then you select things that you want to be in certain groups based on descriptions or elevations or point numbers, or you can either include or exclude. So if I include all and then go to exclude, and I'm going to exclude based on some of these other categories, that's one way I can build it. Or I can uncheck this and now say I want to use, say, all of one description or a particular elevation range or from my list of points. Or if I choose point list, I can either pick the list out of here, or I can say drawing select, coordinate file select, my raw file select, anything that's non-surfaced or ungrouped, etc., etc. Drawing inside a circle, inside a polyline. Let's do that inside a polyline. Now I had to have had a polyline already drawn. I don't have one. So let's just do drawing select. And so maybe I'll set those as my group 1. So there they are. And I'll say save. Now there's group 1. Those are the ones I selected. I'll make another one, call it group 2. Uncheck this. Turn on my point list. And let's say drawing inside a circle or along a polyline. You see the different ways. So I'm just going to select another one here in the middle, called these as my group 2. I'll save that. And now I've got group 1, group 2. And if I create one more, and I'll say all points. I'll include all. I'll save that. So there's now all points, group 1, group 2. Let's say one last one. Non-grouped. And that would be let's see, can we exclude by group? Oh, here it is. Yeah, the ungrouped. So the things that aren't already assigned, I just make those ungrouped, save. What happened? List. Let's. That should have, anyway, sorry. Because I had this point here and I had that group, so everything is assigned to that. So if I simply delete that group. Now, if I go back to non-grouped and choose ungroup, there we go. So there now are the ones that weren't assigned to these two groups. And then now I can create all points, which you don't really typically do because you can always just type all and it gets them all anyway. So I'll save that. Now there's all points, non-grouped, group 2, group 1. There they are. And you can do things with that. So once they're assigned, once the group is created, if you draw locate points, for instance, you can then draw a point group. Let's do just group 2. And there they are. You can do the same thing. You can erase by anything that asks you to pick a point or a group. You can be able to use that. So if I just say draw all, there they're back. And now you can erase points, and you see down here the option for group. So if I say group, let's get the non-grouped points out of the picture. We'll say, okay, do I want to take them from the coordinate file? I'll say, no, keep them in the file. But yeah, let's take them off the screen. And now they're gone. So now it's just group 1 and 2. So in that sense, you've got a way to control what you're using when you get, this 22 points, you can screen select. There's no big deal on how you go to select it. When you got thousands of points, grouping makes a lot of sense for what we're doing. Okay. So that's their little points business. Oh, one thing too, if we drew that, let's draw 2D polyline. And let's say, okay. And we'll put these back in like this. And if I look at that 2D polyline, you see these points have elevation. But if I look at that 2D polyline, it has no elevation. And if I hover in the grip and look down in at the bottom of the screen down here in my coordinates display, it'll read me what that X, Y, and Z is, and the Z's are all 0. Okay. But the other thing about that command as well, if I draw instead of a 2D polyline, let's draw a 3D polyline. Let's just change it to the color this time. And if I go to this point, to that point, I missed the point, which is fine. Let's say U to undo that. Let's see, there. So now when I look at this, I see vertex 1 has the elevation 162,9264. Vertex 2 should be 0 because I missed the point. So it's reading the point elevations when it assigns that as a 3D object, which you can also see when you spin this up. Point number 2 drop down to 0. Now there's a trick. If you missed that point and you needed to move it, if you grip edit this and move it over, that jumps to that elevation and that moved it there. But let's say that we wanted it in that location, but we wanted that elevation for it. One thing that you can do to move this point is when you go to grip edit that point, you're going to snap to there. As you're starting to move, one of the snaps or a series of snaps are what's called so not settings, but I don't. They don't show it as part of the snaps, but there's a what's called a point filter. So if I start to move that, and if I type point X or point Y or point Z, or if I choose point XY or point YZ or point XZ something, it's going to read, it's going to prompt me to pick a location. So it's going to read the whichever one of those that I say in my point filter for the information. So if I say point Z, it's going to select the Z. Notice down here at the prompt, select the Z of something. So if I select that Z, that's going to be that elevation. And now it says I still need the XY because the point Z selected what the XY was going to be. So I can just go right back to where I can snap right back to where it was and say, keeping that same location. But if I look at its elevation in my properties, you see its elevation shows 161.1224, which is the same as that. Now, likewise, if you want to keep that, you can do it here and say, I want to set it at the XY location of, let's say here, and it still needs the Z of, and we'll just keep it where it was. So now when I go over there and I look at that point, there's my first, when I go over there, and so the X and Y has changed, but the elevation remains that 161.1224 instead of reading what that one was there too. Okay, so just some helpful things. And some of them are just CAD things, some of them are Carlson things. All right, so, and that's how we're going to use points. And we've got all our points in the drawing. Let's get them all back. If you need, or you can now say, let's draw the ungrouped. And it finishes that out. You can also do the same thing for listing. You could say all, or you could say a point group, or just show me the group 2 points. So now those are all the points that are in point group number 2. Okay. So if you're doing, you got thousands of points and you make a coordinate table, but you only want to put in there your control points, then you set up a group of control points. And then when you list that, you'll get those listed, and then you can just dump them in the drawing and make a, coordinate table of just your control points. Okay, so any questions on that kind of stuff, on the points and the groupings, and I'll show you another couple of things that we can do with it. So we're going to go into another quick exercise to show you another good use of these. We're going to create some point groups based on some descriptions and show you how we can use them to really speed up our drawing process. So let's open up this file called Civil Demo, and we're going to set the coordinate file to an existing file called exercise 2 point groups. So I don't need to have this file anymore. I'll close it. No need to save it. It's going to put me back here. I'm going to choose my open files, and I'm going to find in my same folder I'm working in this thing called Civil Demo. And you can see it's a little subdivision. And there's a couple of issues going on with some things. We've got contour lines, and apparently they're broken apart with the label. I can see that its elevation is 842, so that part matches up pretty nicely. That's correct. I can see these are lot numbers that I can see in my lots. But I notice I've got 78 and 79, but there's no line, you know, like this. These are my interior lot lines, but I don't have one in here. So I would have to create that. Now, where does it go? Where does it along this line? And where does it hit up along this line? Well, there's a couple of ways. Let's say it's supposed to be exactly that, or if you know what the areas are supposed to be, there's different things you can use to set that up with. So if this line, and you see it's on a layer called lot lines. This line, however, is on a layer called perimeter, and that's the perimeter of my roadway. And it's actually the bottom of the grading if I were to grade that road. So I don't even really need to see that. But it's also that layer. If I were to freeze that layer, you would lose that outside boundary. So we'll leave that perimeter layer turned on. We'll just ignore this roadway perimeter. At the same, same perimeter. Okay. Now, if I wanted to get rid of that layer as far as my display goes, I could assign that a different layer and freeze it, or I could remember our first part of the morning, we went to the view menu which said show hide by selection. I can hide by selection and then just pick that line. And now it still exists and it's still on that layer, but it's now out of the way, so I don't see it. You just have to remember to go back and turn that back on, or close and reopen the drawing will do the same thing. All right, so we'll get that out of the way. Now, how do we create this little lot line in between there? And there's a couple of quick ways. You can recognize the fact that if you draw a line, and let's uncheck this, and we're going to pick that so it puts us on lot lines layer. All right, so I'm on lot lines layer. Now I want you to pick a point or point number. So if I snap to that endpoint and snap to that endpoint, I do another one, and I snap from this endpoint to this endpoint. Now I could do one more, and this time I'm going to snap to the midpoint, and I have midpoint turned on. If you don't, you can just shift right click and choose midpoint, and you're going to snap to the midpoints of those two lines. Now, obviously that's not the shape of that line. It needs to stop here and it needs to extend out to here. So it's just a simple trim and extend type command. So I can select these two edges, right click, and I can say, trim. I'll go back and trim this, select this edge and say extend and pick that. And that now, and then I can erase these lines. And I've gone from the midpoint between those 2 points to along that. Now that's not necessarily the midpoint of this arc from here to here, because the arc doesn't end till it gets over to here. So right in here's the arc endpoint. Okay, so I would put that back. There's another little CAD trick. If you type TR for trim, hit enter one more time. Now this is dynamic, in which case, if I pick this segment, it will trim that, okay? But if I pick this segment up here, it would trim it all the way back. But if you hold the shift key down and click it, it extends to the next thing it finds. You keep extending, you know, and then I'm gonna select those out. So now I've got this point there. I'm gonna select these two lines here and get rid of them. Or another snapping technique you could also do is if you, instead of constructing those two lines, if you just said, now as part of your snapping, I'm going to shift right click and choose mid between 2 points. I'll pick here to here. So that's going to start me as if I drew that line and snap to the end point or the midpoint. I'll do the same thing mid between these 2 points. And now there's that line. I'll do my TR trick, enter, click without a shift to trim, click with the shift to extend. And now I've got that lot line to separate my two lots. And there's, you know, all kinds of other tools that you can use, like on the survey in this area layout, you've got let's see, you can adjust these areas, you know, hinged area, sliding side, bearing cutoff, you know, all kinds of different ways that you can, if you know the area that this is supposed to be, you can have it adjust this line based on those types of manipulations. Right. So anyway, we got our line drawn back in. Now, back to what we're going to do with our coordinate file. If we look at our points, if I list my points, I guess I hadn't set the file yet. I'm going to use this exercise 2 point groups, and I see there's 144 points in that file. And there they are. Now notice when I do this list, I just went to points, list points, and it picked the file. And I see that I've got a bunch of points here. Boundary, I've got boundary radius points. I've got building, so those are like those interior building corners. I've got edge of pavements, edge of pavement radius points, again for the road edge and not necessarily the lot lines. I've got P core for property corner, and then building. So I've got a bunch of points by different descriptions. And if I were to go to say, if I wanted to just draw my building corner points, if I locate my points, I could, if I have a point group, I said draw point group, there's no group created yet. So I could sort of get around this by saying, this description match, if I knew all of those were in that description building, I could type that and say, excuse me, draw all, and it's only going to draw the points that are within, you know, with that description. If I let me let's just change my point style. That P text, it's in a new drawing, I hadn't changed it yet. All right, so I've got a bunch of these points that are drawn, and notice it reads the elevations. That's my elevation of that lot line there, or building footprint, 84184, that's my finished floor. So it puts these points in there. So I can do that as long as my descriptions are consistent. Okay, and you would look at that and make sure that, and here's another building, so those are all good. All right, and so I'm going to take those back out now. Take them on the screen. And we'll just do it all. And from the file, nope, and delete both. All right, so they're now cleared out of my drawing. They're still in my file. But if that set of descriptions weren't necessarily there, I need to make a group that includes all of the points that I want. And you can do a number of things here as well. You can go back to that tool that said put points on entities, and you can have points drop on all of these driveway points, and you could associate that set of points with this different group. So let's build our group for right now. So let's go back to our points menu, our point group manager, and let's create a group called property corners. Okay. And we'll uncheck include all, and we're going to say use a description. And we'll set that from our list. And I may see that I want to use everything that says boundary. So I'm going to choose that one. I'm going to look over my list, and I'm going to come down here, and I see I also had some P corner. So remember, boundary was clicked. So I'm going to come down here, and I'm going to see that first one that says P core, and I'm going to hold the control key down and click this one. So it now has both of those selected, and I'll say okay. And that simply puts this into my list as BDY, comma, PCOR. And I'll save that in my list as my property corners. And you can see those descriptions there. All right, so let's create another one called building. And we'll see descriptions. Now, if we happen to know what it is, we could just type it, or we could have picked it from our list. So there's now all of my building points. Now notice if I create, well, let's see, instead of that, let's go back to property corners. I'm going to select it and double click it, which is the same as saying edit. And my property corners used BDY and PCOR. But you may notice if I set from a list, you see there's a boundary point, but it's a radius point. Okay, so that radius point exists, but it's not part of my group. I've only got PCOR, but if I wanted to pick those up, if I put an asterisk in there, it's a wild card, and save. Now, when I look at that, you're going to see PCOR, and you're going to, well, actually, it didn't have any, it was boundary. So I'm going to put that asterisk out here and save. And now you see you've got these boundary points and the radius points. Okay, so these descriptions, if you know what those are, you can modify those and pick up other things, but so you don't have to find each instance of those different. So you might have control points, and maybe you've got the description says TRAV, and then it says -1, -2, -3, or whatever, then you can just put TRAV asterisk, and it will pick that up at every instance of that. So you make sure you get them all. So in any case, I don't want the radius points. I'm just going to save that back to just have my boundary and my property corner. And I'll say, okay, I've now created those two groups. So if I want to draw locate points, I'm going to keep using this. I'll switch down to the wipeouts and get this point circle here. And I'm going to draw a point group, and I'm going to use my property corners. And why did it not? Let's see. Set my points. Oh, sorry. That was my description. I need to make sure that is still pointing to everything. That's an asterisk. Now I'll draw my point group. choose that. So now all my property corners went in, as you can see. And some say boundary, some say P core. But what about this line right here? We didn't get a point there, did we? So if we want to do that, we need to create points there. So I'm just going to draw locate points. And this time I'm going to screen pick. I'll pick that point, elevation of 0, and the description. If I simply type PCOR, that's point number 145. I'll grab another one. 0 elevation, PCOR. Be done. I'll hit enter. So now I have that point, but yeah, I think we got all of the key points there. We go. But now if I had let's go back to erase those points, or even if we list our points, just list the points. If I list this point group property corners, you're going to see those last 2 points that we just created, 145 and 146. Because just based on the fact that it had that same description, it automatically went into that point group. Okay. And so one other thing that you can do, once you've put these points in place, select similar here for a minute, and it must not have used the wipeout symbol. Let's see what that is. Yeah, I missed it. All right. So one of the things when you draw these points, if you just wanted to show the point symbol and you didn't want to show those 2 things, if you freeze the layer, and it's a view option, freeze layer by pick. So I'll pick that, I'll pick that, and pick that. Then the point is still there. It's still a Carlson point. If I double click it, I still get this. I still have what it's showing. But in my layers list, if I go to my view, layer control, which is also on this toolbar right up here, I'm going to see when I scroll down that my point description is frozen. I'll thaw those back on, but my elevation and my point numbers are still frozen. So I could leave the descriptions on, and those could be, meaningful descriptions like, iron rod found, or iron pin set, something, whatever your descriptions might be. Now, a lot of surveyors have a real problem with sharing actual point information with somebody else that they deliver this file to. So usually what they'll do is they'll just label the drawing and they won't include this as a point, and that's fine. You can do all that. But it's a real quick way of getting these things drawn in without having to go and snap to the endpoints of all the corners and make sure you get them all. You now have them based on that point group. So now let's erase points again real quick. Screen, all. Finish my selection. No, do not delete from the coordinate file and delete everything there. Now, another quick option is if you draw and locate your points, and notice I had descriptions, the elevations, and point numbers on. If I turn that part off, well, first, sorry, let me back up. Let me thaw those 2 layers so that they're still visible. All right, so now, if I draw locate point, and I turn off the descriptions, elevations, and point numbers, and if I choose this, that apparently doesn't have the wipeout associated with it. I'll use this smaller one. So I'll say draw the point group. I'm going to use my property corners. Then it looks like nothing happened until you zoom in down here and you say, oh yeah, there it is. And that's actually a Carlson point See, it's going to bring up the point editor. And I've told it to, not show those labels. So that part's not there. And if I wanted to show those back, I need to redraw the point and turn that feature back on. I can do the elevations, I think, from here. But, and then I could copy from my coordinate file description. And then paste it up here. Say, okay. Why did that not? Copy, paste. It's not setting up. Yeah, so I guess I would have to redraw the point and tell it to use that. I don't think it has changed my default. Yes, it did. So I turned them back on in my point defaults. And now if I edit that point, I could do that, set my label back on, and now it should, well, still doesn't. I guess whatever effect was in play at the time is going to be what's going to control it. So I would have to redraw those points to get those things back on. Make sure that they are still set on. Yet description of which point is good. Okay. So, there's no quick way to control that visibility other than through those layer freezings. And if you draw the points with those things turned off, you'd have to redraw them with them turned on to get them to show up. But as you can see, here's a nice way of drawing in your property corners based on that point group. You can do the same thing with the building corners. Let's say you had to go out and stake out the building corners. Well, then you could go to your COGO command, go to radial stakeout, and you could set up a particular, let's say we were sitting, we'd have a control point, and you can pick a point space, it doesn't matter, but so that part's okay. And now well, that shows every point. If I repeat that, occupied backsite, now range of points to compute, that doesn't, that one won't let me pick from the group, from the point group. So that example, sorry. But you could say, generate from your building points. So you could draw them, isolate that layer and select them that way to create your stakeout reports for those particular points. You could transfer that to a data collector. If I want to, let's see, if I go to my point group manager, let's see my buildings. I can insert just that group into the drawing. That's just like doing a draw locate. I can report on those. It's like doing a list. I can export those into a separate coordinate file or to a text file. And then I can use that and put that in my data collector and go out there and stake those points out. Okay. So groups can be pretty powerful and pretty important to help us establish things that we want to use. And there's things like other groups we didn't set, like the edge of pavement. So those might be ones that you might be interested in staking. So that'll save us a bit of effort. So let's see, that's drawing the property corners. All right. So that brings us to our surfaces and contours. It also brings us to a nice spot to take a little break. So we're going to start talking about this stuff here when we come back. But we're going to wrap up. Before we get to that, we're going to talk about some of these other little fundamental tools that are useful. And we'll see where, hopefully that's going to save you some time when you're doing your work. All right. So save your drawing if you'd like. You can always come back to it. And let's come back at say about 3:18. I'll give you the full 15 minutes. So we're at 3 after now. So we'll come back there first. Any questions on anything? Everybody good?
Good here.
All righty. Well, I will pause there. And so now what I wanted to point out here, we've got just over an hour left for today. But before we get into the actual surface modeling, I think I'll save that for when their brains are fresher in the morning. But I want to go back and recap some of this stuff and show you some of these other tools. Toolbars that might be useful, how to turn on and off the ribbon and stuff like that. So a couple of things I also want to point out too is in your book, and I'm up here in the table of contents, the third page lists these command references, and I want to show you about that. We talked about up here before this prior concept of what's on the menu and these general menus. Now these things here like file menu, edit menu, those are just general descriptions. But when we look at the command reference, this is going to have all of the commands explained for you and what they're useful for. And there's a couple of things to point out about this section of the book. This section again says it's a reference for all of the menus in the general menus. That's file, edit, view, draw, inquiry, settings, and points. Okay, so what they are, and you can see that it talks about that. What the file menu does is new, open, and close, typical Windows-based file handling commands. We're all familiar with that. The project brings up the Project Explorer that we looked at. It's not something that's used very often with the software, but it could be something if you get a lot of really complex files and file structures, you can maybe use that for some use. But here's the structure of this part of the book. As we see these different, save as plot, import, export, microstation, DGN, etc. And you see a little picture of the menus on each of these. And now here is, for instance, we come down through here, there's polyline file, shows you what this is doing here. And then the next one is drawing cleanup. Now, if you see this is highlighted, boldface, and red text, that means that's a very useful command. And all that means is, and I'll show you a couple of other examples here in a minute in the book, is that it's not that the other commands are not important and not useful. It's just that through using this software over a number of years, these are the ones that I find are very worth knowing about, because this drawing cleanup can fix a lot of issues in a drawing file if you get it from somebody else. It can also help you establish some knowledge of a file that you might get from somebody else, or to just go back and check your file to make sure things are in good shape. All right. And then some drawing utilities they provide under these utilities, different things like that. But here's also how this set of commands works, or this part of the book. Under the edit menu, and this is true for all of the menus, but the edit menus typically contains both standard CAD tools like move, copy, trim, rotate, as well as these Carlson enhanced, or the Carlsonifications, if you will, variations on typical editing functions. Okay, and so this section will, and any of these sections are going to focus on the Carlson specific command. So if it is not shown in this list, that means it's just a standard CAD command. Like you see on the edit menu, you see right here, we've got undo, redo, clipboard functions, erase by selecting, or erase a single item, erase last. But the first one we come to is erase by layer. And we looked at that earlier this morning. So that allows you to clean everything off those layers, leaves the layers intact, and then prompt for the name of the layer, and you choose it based on that. Erase by closed, polyline. That's really good to trim with, erase outside. Similar to this, but it just lets you pick a square or rectangular area. You don't have to have something drawn. And then a couple of commands: temporary erase, copy to layer, et cetera, et cetera. Notice the ones that are red versus the ones that are not. And simply that means those are things that I think has some useful information in it that you might want to be comfortable with. Like here's one, for instance, extending an arc entity. Well, that used to be really important because the CAD system couldn't do it. Now you can just select the arc and grab the little grip indicators and extend that manually just with a graphic pick. So it's not all that important anymore. But you can see the different ones, and we're not going to go through this book and show you what they are. But so these things came from, you know, a knowledge of using the software and what's important, what's good. And if you look at something like, well, here, for instance, let's see this offset 3D polyline. Not anything that we need to worry about today, but you know, this explains this little command in this particular fashion. If you look at in our help system, we go to the Carlson manual. If I can get it to show up, there we go. And if we look under our general commands, it's an edit function, and it was yeah. They may have it shown under, let's see, offset 3D polyline. Polyline utilities. Not sure where they have it in here. Let's see, edit by layer. Entities two. If you guys spot it, yell at me because I'm trying to just show. It's not really that, so not even worth the effort to try to find this thing just to show you what I'm trying to show. Here's offset 3D polyline. Okay, so what you see in your command reference here is sort of a synopsis of all of this information here, and they show you, you know, maybe some picture examples. So the help system is really useful to really give you some deep dive on some of these. These tend to be less than those functions, but sometimes there's even like over here when we talk about shrink wrapping entities, we've got this little, you know, little things that help reinforce it that you won't necessarily see in the help system. So what we've got with this is with this command reference, all of those different commands, the different menus, that's a great first place to look. If you need deeper information, you can usually get it from some of this. And these are also include, you know, they show you where they are on the pull downs, or if you wanted to type the command and what you might need to run the command. You do need a 3D polyline to start with. Okay, so, and these are the series of prompts that come about out of running the command. So this is a nice system. It's a good supplement. It's always handy, but your book also has some of this stuff laid out for you in particular. Now there's one that nobody ever gets to, and I wanted to point this out. It's on the points menu. It's under point utilities. It says search published control. And that's going to take you to a web viewer that every time I run this stuff, yeah, see, they don't. I don't have it working here. Every time they come out with a new version, there's something that's a little odd about it. It used to be at any given time, or back when it was working correctly, a nice little function that lets you search for existing control points in whatever area that you're working in. It can zoom into that area. You can look for, order A, order B, first, second, third, different types, different stabilities. And you can find these points. And when you go to that point, or you click on a point and you go to that identifier, it brings up the NGS, or National Geodetic Survey, data sheet about that point. And they're typically done in meters with UTM zone designations, but whatever. When you have those and you stack them up here for the ones you've looked at, if you want to include those, then you would just hit OK, and it brings them into your drawing as points to use. But not only that, but it also reprojects into your coordinate system. So if this is published in NAD 27 UTM meters, it's going to convert that for you into your NAD 83 US survey feet, put the point in place for you to go out and use, and then you can go and recover that control point. Now, in today's day and age with GPS units and all that, we can essentially create our own control. We don't use that kind of functionality all that much anymore, but it was a nice feature to have. So that's just something about the book that will be useful for you as a reference. And now let's talk about some of the interface here. So when you're going to see me tomorrow, especially, I'm going to start using these toolbar buttons a lot more often because it's quicker than diving into all the different menus. But here's the ones that I have, and here's how you turn them on and off. If you go up into the blank part, any blank part up here in the upper part of the screen, and if you right click, this is where you can tell it if you want to turn to the ribbon. So if I switch the ribbon interface, and that's perfectly fine. You can do all of that stuff, and it's, again, tends to be task oriented or workflow oriented. It's very useful. For instance, surveying, you might do, do your field to finish, or you might go to points and something, you set your defaults. You might list 2 points. There's your draw locate. It's the big function. We use it a lot. Okay, so that may be useful for you. I don't like to use it so much, and you can, even with this on, you can still have the menus over top if you want, or just uncheck them and they'll go away. But I like to use the menu bar only because of the screen real estate that it takes up. Plus, I'm not, real familiar with the way they placed all the tools in there. I don't use it that often. But whatever that you choose, that's more than fine to use. Now, which ones do I have out? Which ones do I find useful? If you right click and choose, you got a couple of categories. You can show menu, and you can say, all right, here's Carlson, and here is CADNet, if you have the CADNet module. Here's the civil module. Here's the survey module. These are the different menus. And if you don't ever use the GIS portion of survey and you don't want the menu there, you can turn it on and off with this if you like. I would recommend leaving them all on. I'm not sure what these actually do. These are new. If I show these menus, cross and context control shift. They're just the same commands that are available on something else. I don't know why they've got it on a separate menu. But I'm going to turn those back off. Yeah, don't know what they're for exactly. Maybe they just consolidate a bunch into a single menu. All right, so that turns your menus on and off. You've also got toolbars that you can turn on and off, and there's different categories. You got all the Carlson toolbars, any C and G system if you're using it, and these are IntelliCAD toolbars. Notice I've got a few of them on as well. And IntelliCAD, if you're using MicroStation files, it has a bunch of different toolbars as well. So you could have those assigned. Let's say if I had a draw command, this is the Carlson draw, or I'm sorry, the IntelliCAD draw commands that are used for when you're using MicroStation files. And they're really the same commands, they just whittled it down into a different type of workspace. All right. You can choose this toolbars ... and that's going to pop up this little settings. This is another way of doing that. Instead of right clicking, is you can set all the ones that you want to have on and off. And it's based on, don't lose sight of this fact up here, you can switch in between Carlson and IntelliCAD, those different categories, the same way I did with the right click. Okay, you can turn your buttons to be large. Tooltips means if I hover over a button, you're going to get a little pop-up. Like if I see this is erased by layer, that one says lock layers. You know, so I've got little things that pop up if I want to see it. And that's available if you choose toolbars, or if you go to settings and choose toolbar setup, that's that same one right here. So I've got a bunch of settings, a bunch of toolbars that I use, and they can be saved to individual workspaces. You've also got this toolbar manager. So if you get a set of toolbars that you like, you can load and save those into different files to bring them back in different situations. Maybe you've got, you know, one time you're doing a bunch of deed stuff and you don't need a bunch of toolbars out. You can set up that environment. And then the other time you might be working on strictly modeling and you don't need the deed tools or whatever. So you can turn those on and off and set those up individually. But here's the ones that I have. You can choose if you'd like to sort of mimic what I've got going on and see which ones I find useful. And I'll start with the Carlson group. And I have, first of all, my Carlson menus is on. That's the third one down from the top up here on the left. And that lets me switch between survey, civil, hydro, GIS, mining, construction, surface or surface mining, then construction, then CADNet, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. That is not necessarily needed as a toolbar. That's also available in the settings menu, but it's helpful if you have multiple modules. If you don't use multiple modules at all, then there's no need to have that out there taking up space. The next one I have that I use a lot is draw. And Carlson has a draw menu and IntelliCAD has a draw menu, and I've got them, or toolbar, and I've got them both up. My Carlson is here on the left of the screen vertically, closer to the inside, and the IntelliCAD one's over on the left on the far side. Now those, when they come on and off, they'll just either float or they'll dock up here at the top. Just grab the little dots and drag it around and dock it wherever you might want to put it. So they can be on either side, on the top, or on the bottom, however you want to use it. Okay. But Carlson menus, then draw, elevate, and entity properties. You probably don't necessarily need elevate. That's more for a civil stuff, and that's where you set things at certain elevations based on whether it crosses other items, or you can base it on surface models and things like that. But entity properties is this like setting the current color, the layer, line style, that sort of stuff. So that's there. And now that's also available under IntelliCAD. Right in here, entity properties, and you can see it gives you a similar thing. If I turn that on, you see there's that same functionality, but the one that is in IntelliCAD instead. So this explore by layer, that brings up that same, where we had the different items over here, that's the same thing, but it's available there for you. It doesn't matter which one you use, it's just really handy. So I use the one from Carlson, and it has two buttons here on the left. There's MOLC, which means make object layer current. So if I wanted to start drawing on that same color as, or same layer as that contour, even though it's not there, and if I want to look and see, okay, it's on layer topo, then I go over and I pull this down and I choose layer topo, or you can simply choose this. It prompts you to set the entity you want to use. You just pick it. You don't need to know anything about it. And that sets up your current settings to be matching what that happens to be. The other item here says layer control. But again, you saw that it uses more than just allowing you to control the layers. When you're in the AutoCAD platform, that's all it's going to be able to show you. That's why they keep it to say that. It's also on the view menu right here, layer control. You see the icon, there's the icon. So if I choose that, that's going to bring up these different capabilities. And I use this all the time. I attach files through here. I work on my dimension styles, my line types, my text styles, everything that I do in here, I do from this Explorer based on these different categories. Okay, so it's a very useful tool. These then allow you to either pull this down and set it to make it your current layer, or if you have something selected and you change that, it will change the item you have selected and leave where you were alone. Okay, so I'm going to do that, put that back to that. But that's typical. It works the same way in the IntelliCAD side as it does here. So it does take up a lot of real estate, but it lets you at a glance see what's currently active and that sort of thing. Okay, so you can also, if you select something, you'll see what is what that item is. If I've got two on different ones, I don't see because it's on a different layer, so it doesn't specify. But if it's all the same line style or line or color and line type, line style and all that, you'll see the ones that are common, they'll show up here. They're also in my properties. Now I have my properties box over here docked. You can just right click and choose properties, and that will pop that on and off if you want to see it. I keep it there. I keep it open because it's handy for me to just as a glance, I can look over here and read elevations, or I can pop in and change something if I need to. So it's just, you know, the way I operate with some things. So here's back to these toolbars, the ones that I have out. Again, with Carlson, I've got the Carlson menus. I've got draw, elevate, entity properties, grading. Again, you won't necessarily need that, but inquiry is useful. And that's this last one up here in the top right. And it has things. And the one I really use more than anything else is this distance. It lets me, you know, calculate a distance between things I pick on the screen. Probably don't need to have all those other ones out there. I could modify the toolbar, but you know, if you don't use it, I just don't use it. So it's there, it's handy. Right. Then after inquiry, I've got layers. Now layers, you might have thought, because we talked about the layers up here, that's not the same thing. That's the entity properties, one of which is the layer, but the layers toolbar is this layer up here that you see. Little stacks of layers, and that lets me isolate and restore, freeze by pick, or pick a bunch of things and then hit enter. That's the two different modes there. Turn things on and off, turn them all on. And also included there is this little erase by layer, which is perfect. I use that all the time. Instead of having to go to edit, erase by layer, I'm just used to pulling it from there. Okay, so that's good. And there's some other things over here. You can lock layers, turn them on and off. And also is that visibility, hide by selection, show by selection, etc. Okay, polylines. This one is hugely useful, and it's this toolbar that you see up here that starts with what looks like a little L-shaped feature, and that little dot, 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 dash line looking thing. That's a tool that lets you extend line work based on all kinds of different commands, etc. This one's very important to join things up together, just like a p-edit join. And then you've got this, convert an arc into a segment. I don't use that a lot because I can do that with the grips. But the two that are very useful right in here is to erase a polyline vertex or erase a segment out of a polyline. You can do those all kinds of other ways as well. I just find them very helpful. And also on my polylines, I have this offset 3D, because if it's a 3D line, you cannot use CAD to offset that. It has to be planar. So that lets you pick that up. This one here with the double blue colored arrows let you change the direction of a polyline. So it starts here and goes this way, or it starts here and goes this way just by its definition. Let's say you're doing an alignment, and if this was a sewer layout alignment or even a road layout alignment, if we wanted our stationing to start at one end and go this way, or start at this end and go that way, you can reverse those. So useful for that. Then I've got standard and surface. Now my standard toolbar is here: new, open, save, print, preview, spell check, all of these different, undo and redo. And there's one useful there, that little paint or little whisk broom that's going to match properties. If I want to change a bunch of things to match the properties of another thing, I can use that tool for that. Okay, so that's there. Again, it's available also under telecad standard. And you can see there's some similarities there. So you see it's got the new, open, save, print, previews, and all those different things, but it's also got, the not just spell check, but find and replace, cut, copy. So some of the clipboard functions: undo, redo, delete, clear the drawing, and then help. So, I don't use those other functions very often. I'm just comfortable with the Carlson variations. So again, back down here, we got the standard, and then surface, we're going to use a bit tomorrow, and that lets us do our triangulation. We can view things 3D. So there's view controls. And this one is my second one down on the left over here, horizontally. So different tools that I use there quite a lot. And then that's about it on the Carlson side. On the IntelliCAD side, I've also got the draw commands, because I've got a couple of other things in here like multi-lines, helix if I'm doing 3D work. Some of the commands are the same, like hatch and hatch, but I've got these text buttons over here that are a little more direct in the IntelliCAD draw. But I've also got things on Carlson draw that this of course doesn't have, like draw 2D polyline that uses point numbers. Here's the draw polyline, but it doesn't use point numbers. It's just plain old CAD P line. So a lot of them are, the same, they're duplicated. So I usually have them both there, because there's some that I like out of here, some I like out of there. Entity snaps, that's this one up here. On the bottom row, far right at the top. And that tells me the snaps that I have currently running. And if I'm in the middle of a command, I can come up here and click once, and it just temporarily turns it on until the command's over and then goes away, or until that selection goes away. That's useful for a lot of people. They like to do it from that toolbar. I don't ever use that. I'll tell you why, because when I'm in the middle of doing something, let's say I'm drawing a 2D polyline and I'm click, clear. And if I want to go to, say the geometric center of that figure, it's not one of my points that's set up. Well, actually it is, because center snapping is turned on. But if I need to turn something on, let's say I need to go to midway between this corner and that property line. So if I say, if I just hold the shift key down and right click the mouse, this pops up, which is the same functionality as that toolbar. So if I say mid between 2 points, I'm gonna pick this as my 1 point. And then I'm gonna shift, right click again and choose perpendicular to this point. You see that's gonna try to extend that line out. I was hoping it would do it from that mid between 2 points. So if I pick, anyway, I'm not even gonna draw the line, but you get the idea that you're going to be able to hold the shift key down, right click and get this same functionality up. Okay. Back on those IntelliCAD ones, that was the entity snaps. So that's there if you need it. And then I've got modify. Now modify is this toolbar on the right. It's vertical, stacked over on the right. And that is the IntelliCAD. These are standard CAD things like a CAD offset, a CAD move and copy, and scale, rotate, mirror, break, trim and extend, fillet, explode, all those different tools that are available for me there under that. And that's all that I have for IntelliCAD. Now, Carlson, I don't think, Carlson has a modify command toolbar as well. And it looks like very similar to the IntelliCAD one, but it has move, copy, offset, scale, rotate, mirror, array, break, join, trim, flatten, align, extend, edit the length. So these are the ones that it has. There's also edit text, edit polyline, but those you just use typically by double clicking. Then change and then bring your properties up. Whereas over here, I've got those same functions, but I've also got some different things. I've got my delete function is also included there if you want to do it, although the keyboard does it directly. There's rotate. There's also 3D rotate that you don't see on Carlson's. I do a lot of 3D modeling as well. There's a 3D mirror. There's my rectangular arrays. There's all of the same types of functionality. Here's one called measure that I don't have here as well. You can edit splines as opposed to polylines. You can do a regular explode, or you can do you can explode blocks and keep their attributes like point number, elevation, and description. If you explode a point block, you'll lose those values, but that will convert those into text. Then change, of course, and then change space, lets you switch between model space and layout space, and then there's your properties that brings up your properties as well. So, use those as you see fit and as you see that you're going to find some benefit. What we will use mostly is going to be the standard. This layers where we isolate and restore or freeze and turn back on, and this layer erase by layer. These, change and set current, I usually do through the properties. It's not anything that you really get out of a lot of functionality there, but there's, set the level, which lets you select, you can type a name, and even if, or screen pick it, and that's exactly the same thing as if you have do it correctly. Let's see, set the level. If I screen pick and choose this, well, it's not it's not working. So, but anyway, if you type a level name, and even if that level doesn't exist, it will, oh, wait, never mind. I know why it's not doing that. It says set level. So that would have to only apply if I'm working in a MicroStation file. It's not layer, it's level. Similar functionality. So So that one, you know, we don't use much, but we use these other up here all the time, plus this erase by. We're going to use the polyline toolbar a bit, particularly where you can use it to thin out the number of vertices or add to the number of vertices. You can, you know, add a vertex. You can add a vertex where it crosses other lines. You can remove a vertex or remove a segment, and those things are pretty handy for us. Okay, here's you know, a median offset, change of width. I don't use width for polylines at all. I use line weights, and you can change the origin on a polyline, particularly one that is a curved figure or a closed figure. So if it starts down here, but you need that to behave differently, you need access to that point for whatever command you might be using. It needs to start at a different location, or, you know, maybe it's, you know, some kind of figure that you're starting your station definition maybe at a certain point. So if it was drawn by starting at one point, but you need it to be a different point, then that change origin, set polyline origin lets you, you know, select a polyline, and now you just pick near the new origin point. So it will find the closest vertex that you've got in there and make that the origin point. So now if I look at that in my properties, I see my vertex 1 is there. I go to 2, so it was drawn in that direction, but it was started up there as my point number 1. Not all that, not used all that much at all in terms of how much you use it, but it's useful if you need it. I do this distance quite a bit. I have not really explored this measure, select entity to measure. If I measure that segment length or block, let's see. Oh, I know what that is. That runs the measure command that if you tell it, I want on this feature, you know, that feature or this one, either one. Let's say if I want to go and put down, you know, every 10 feet, I want to drop a point. Now the points, this by itself did not insert vertices in there, but if I look at my points, if I want to visualize those points, I'm going to go to settings, point, point style. There it is, under settings and telecad settings, point style. And I'm going to turn on my points instead of being a dot, just so you can see them. I'm going to turn them into a plus mark here. So now every 10 feet, it dropped a CAD point entity along that feature. That's the standard CAD measure command. That's what that does. Okay. And now you notice all of the points, the ones that we put with those circles, now have that little dot showing up, and I see that it's just a point. That's because my point display set here under IntelliCAD settings, point style, I changed so that you would see it that way. I'll just put it back to the default here. And now they're just little dots. Okay. So those are the toolbars that we use. That's what we're going to get most of our functionality out of. So if you see me grabbing a tool sometime as we're going along, if we're going too fast and you miss what I point to, yell and let me know, you know, so that I can show you where those tools are. It's just that even though you see them, you know, we'll do some things like edit polylines, we'll remove a polyline segment, but I don't want to go, you know, click, 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 click to get to it. I'll just come up here and use, there's a perfect little icon. It shows a pencil eraser over a red segment of a polyline. There's a pencil eraser over the red vertex of a polyline. So that lets me set those two things up. Okay. Now, a couple of other useful tools. Let's look on the inquiry menu for a minute. You can do a list. That's a standard CAD list. So that's like you select an element. It's going to tell you what it is. It's a lightweight polyline, meaning 2D polyline. The handle, that's the code handle for the DWG file, what space it's in, model space or paper space, what layer it's on, color, line type, etc. All this different stuff. And it shows you all of the different vertices. It's got a screen full, so you can hit enter to hit the next set of screens until it finishes describing the whole thing. That's standard list. Okay. And there's a lot of things like this. A layer ID. If I just pick this layer, it tells me it's on layer topo. If I pick the driveway, it's on layer driveways, etc. Okay. And that reports to you down here on the command line. But here's a nice little thing that they have as well. They have this thing called the drawing inspector, and you turn it on and off. It's just a toggle. So I'm going to click it. So it is now on. It tells me below that the inspector is on. Right click to activate the pop-up menu. Okay. So if I right click, I can see these are the different things I'm going to have it show me. I may say I want to see the layer name, and I'm going to just right click and click once. It goes away. You have to right click, turn it back on. So I'm going to look at the layer name. Okay, we'll look at the elevation. Well, let's leave the point data on in the polyline data. That'd be fine to leave those things on. Now, that runs as a switch that's turned on. I can still go back and do regular commands, but as I hover the mouse, it's going to pop up all that information that I was looking at. So there's my layer, my elevation, the horizontal distance, the slope distance, if it's a 3D line, where it starts and ends elevations, and then the slope of that in terms of a percent, as a ratio, a total distance, and the current distance. That's the distance of the segment of that particular element that I've selected. Okay. And it tells me whether it's open or closed. My building pads, for instance, say they are closed, so it doesn't say open. It calculates and shows me the area of that. All right. So a lot of times we'll turn off these other things that we don't necessarily need to see. Oh, and by the way, this enable tag display at the bottom, that's what pops this up at the cursor. If I don't want to see that, it will only show it down here on the status bar. Okay, but I like to see it as I hover. So if I'm going around, I'm just looking to see what layer things are on. I just point to things and I can see there's lot lines, there's buildings, there's driveways, there's roads, there's my center line. It's also center line, even though it's a different color. So you can get a sense of that. Another thing that you might want to look at are polyline directions. So when you look at, say, that, as I hover the mouse, it says it starts on the left and goes to the right. This one was defined counterclockwise. Looks like they probably all were. Yeah. Well, there's one that was defined clockwise. Okay, so you can tell that that's the direction that goes. And direction is not necessarily pertinent to anything, except maybe you're looking at some drainage ditches, some drainage profiles. Here, for instance, is a 3D line, but that one's actually defined from this contour down in this direction. And so if I were to turn on the polyline data, and I look at this, I hover there and it says my slope is negative 0.83%. And this one is at negative 1.26, 1.87. That's because that is going in that direction. If I choose up here to reverse my polyline direction, I'll now pick that. Now it goes in that direction. And now when I hover, my slopes, you see they're in different it reads in a different direction. So there's a slope of 1.87%. If I look at my elevations, again, it's now, notice as I hover, that elevation number keeps changing. So here's an elevation of 39, here's 40. So it starts up here, and now because I reversed my direction, my slope is positive in that direction. If I bring this back to the way it was really intended, now it's that way. And my slope is negative. So that means I'm starting up here at this high spot and I'm going downhill in this direction. So that's my little drainage ditch that I've put into there. Okay. Now that can be there. It can also be annoying and get in your way. And if you want it to not be in your way anymore, if you're done with it, just right click and choose turn off drawing inspector, or pull down the inquiry menu and turn it off from there. And then any shift in your view magnification will get rid of any glyphs or anything. Okay. Another one that's useful on there as well is you look at all these reports. You can display the last one that you ran, which was my list points. You can also, if you saved a report formatter file, or you turn a text file into a report format, you can display or edit a different file, and it just has you go out and find a file. We'll look at the INI file that is associated with that. Okay, so just a quick way of getting in and out of some things. I've got curve info, for instance, and if I pick this arc of this white cul-de-sac, it's going to tell me some stuff about the curve, the PC, the PT, the radius, all that kind of different information displayed in a report view. No need, I'll just say no. Right. And again, the drawing inspector, though, has curve data that you can do, and it'll just pop it right up and tell you that's a radius of 35, has an arc length of that, a chord and a delta. Here's this curve, different ones. Things that are not circular, of course, don't show you that. So, but if it is, you're going to get the curve data as part of that pop-up. I'll turn that back off. So nice little things there with that. Now here's your standard distance. I could, instead of using it from my toolbar, I could choose it from there. That's probably more efficient, but old habits. You can also use it to find points. Remember that point, the 2 points we made on our property line, 145 and 146. So if I lost track of where a point was, I want to see where it is in my mess of everything. I can just say find a point, and I can do it by number or by description. And if I say by number, give it a point number or a range of points. And let's just say I wanted to find that 1.145. I hit enter and it jumps to it and shows you a little glyph of where that is. And you can zoom in and out and work your way around it. Okay. There's a pop-up calculator, just let you do a bunch of things. Standard calculator, scientific with your trig functions, and conversion. So if I've got, 1 meter, I'm going to go to feet and international feet. If I just choose convert, it's going to show me now that it looks like they're the same, but if I call that 1,000, you see the difference is 8333 versus 8399. So there's your difference that you're going to start to see on these projects. Degrees, minutes, seconds to decimal degrees, radians and gradians or gons. So you can do those different conversions back away. So it's a quick little thing. I'll be honest with you, I have a calculator on my phone. It's usually my habit just to whip my phone out and run the calculation I need there. But it can be useful. All right. Curve info, we looked at angle, polyline. That does the same thing that the inspector did, but just pops it up and shows you in a little report. You get a report, a layer report, for instance. Let's do the entire drawing. And it will let you build a layer, a description of the layer if you wanted. Let's say the entity count, color, line type, and line weight. And if you then display your report, this is nothing special here other than, you can dump that out into a spreadsheet, send it out to Microsoft Excel or something, and then you can bring those back in and rebuild your layer list if you need to. But you certainly have that available right here with a lot more information as well. So I'll leave that to your discovery as you need some things. But here's one that I wanted to point out. The drawing inspector is probably the most helpful out of there, but there's also this layer inspector, and this is a very useful tool. If I look at this, my drawing, particularly if I get it from somebody else, or if I'm just checking to make sure that I've got everything done correctly with my previous mess of work that I've been doing while I was under all kinds of time pressure, I get this little box that comes up at the bottom. And now I don't believe, I mean, I can make that bigger, but I can't make this box any bigger. And that's unfortunate because it makes it a little more convenient if I could resize that window. But anyway, you got, as a friend of mine always says, it is what it is. And so here's how this works. I want to consider my drawing and see what's going on. I've got certain controls over here. I've got a list of layers, and it tells me what current drawing I'm on. And now here's what happens. If I choose a particular layer or group of layers, what do I want to see happen? Do I want to isolate them so I see only the things on it, or do I want to zoom to the contents of that layer? Do I want to simply highlight it so it makes it look dashed instead? And then I want to make sure that I restore the view on exit. So once I come out of this, it puts things back the way they were. If I isolate, then I've got zoom in and out. Now the wheel mouse works just fine. Those you can ignore. Panning left, right, up, and down. But then, so let's look at, say, layer 0, and I've got isolate on. So if I select 0 and give it a second to react, there's nothing on layer 0, and it tells me right here that my entity count is 0. If I choose buildings, well, it says, all right, I've got 14 there. Now you'll see them come up here. So that's everything that's on that layer buildings. Okay, and if I uncheck isolate is a way to sort of toggle so I can see if you see that gap right there. Maybe I suspect that I've got a building in there, but I didn't put it on the right layer. Well, oh no, that's not a building, that's where the road is. So that, helps you verify that. You can do things like center lines. And let's find also the road. So I'm going to go down, scroll down, and I'm going to control click. So it gets both of those selected. I've got center line and roads. Okay, so that lets you see more than one. You've got 6 total entities. So I've got the 2 center lines plus 4. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and there's something else. That center line has 3, so it's got that little tag end on there as a separate center line. So that 3 and the 3 polylines that made the others. Okay, different ones. Here's my contour text, some distance text, got nothing on it. Now notice if you've got a layer that has something on it, tells you the entity count, but this button over here says purge. I can't do it because the layer has something on it. If I've got a layer with nothing on it, I can simply purge and it will take that layer out of my drawing. Okay, so because it was empty. Here's another final 0, nothing there. You can also say, look at your lot numbers, and they're all there. Now notice there are a couple of things. I got 14. All right, so there's all those different lot numbers. So you can, first of all, you can rename the layer. You can also do it in your layer controls, but you can erase the entities on that layer. So I can just say erase those entities. It's now down to 0. You could then purge the layer if you wanted. Doesn't matter. You could make it the current layer when you come out. So you basically are looking at, now there's the perimeter. And sometimes it's a little, something you might think it's not working because it has to stop and do a little thinking. So if I look at my perimeter, I'm going to click also my lot number. or not lot number, but lot lines. Finals on also. So that shows me my overall boundary situation, and it just lets me sort of step through and control what my drawing consists of, instead of like having to use the drawing inspector and hover over each line and sort of get a mental picture. This lets me sort of do a walk through my layers. Okay. And if I exit, it comes back and restores it just like I had it. Now notice my lot numbers are no longer there because I told it to erase them. So they're there, they're gone. So that's a useful tool there. Now there's a very useful tool as well that I want you to start to think about using. So I'm going to just simply draw a rectangle. I'm going to come down to my toolbar and choose draw rectangle, or you can go to the draw menu and choose rectangle. And I'm going to just put a rectangle somewhere there in the middle of my drawing. Okay. Now, or let me do this to illustrate something. I think this is one. Let me see what this insertion point is. All right, so now that's it's not what I want to do necessarily. I'll put this back to here, and maybe so, you know, I drew what was a rectangle. It's really just a polyline. So I'm going to come over here like this. Now, the reason I'm doing that is I'm looking at this piece of text and I see that it has a middle justification. Okay, so I've got something there. Now, here's the command I want to show you. If you've got a closed polyline, if you select it, make sure down here it says closed in your properties. Let's go to edit and choose erase by closed polyline. Now you see that is a toolbar icon somewhere, which I don't know where that is. I don't use it enough to have tracked it down yet, but I'll choose erase by closed polyline. And it now wants me to select the perimeter. Well, that's the perimeter I want to use right there. All right, and so then I can select all the different types of entities. I can say erase things on the inside or erase things on the outside. Okay. So if I erase on the inside, now what it's going to do is notice something like this contour line and even this building outline, they cross the boundary. So they're not entirely on the inside, but if I erase the whole thing, you know, so what this is going to do is basically erase everything that's totally inside, and then it does a trim on that edge. So I'm going to say okay, and you'll see how it clipped that out. Now, the text did not get clipped because what it does for text, it either erases it or it doesn't, and it erases it based on the position of whatever the insertion point is, and there is middle center. So if it were, you know, if that line extended to incorporate that with the inside, it would get rid of the entire text. Otherwise, the entire text will stay. And you'll see that same type of behavior for things like blocks, things that might have an insertion point that lies one side or the other. So it's not 100%, but it's really helpful. Now that's useful for doing things like if you have an area, something like this, and I'm going to go back and erase by closed polyline. And this time I'm going to erase on the outside. So if you've got some shape that you want to limit your stuff, you've got all this extra crap out here in your drawing you don't need, you don't care about, then you can just use that to erase everything on the outside. And then you're left with only the things that are here. For instance, it trims off that line, but keeps everything within it. Okay. Now, contrast that with a similar command that says erase outside. If I do that, if I pick a corner, so if I just pick this corner here to here, if I choose erase outside, it not only erased everything outside, but if you notice, so you see these contour lines? So if I erase outside and I pick a point here to here, now notice there's a contour line running through there, actually two portions of it, and even the road center line and such. But if part of it is outside, it erases the entire thing. And there's those points that I said earlier with that measure command. So that one's not necessarily something that we would use a lot of. But again, it lets you just pick corners, and anything that lies on the outside of that area would be erased. So if you've got some kind of stray elements that are sometimes, if I just copy this from, say, here down to, 0, 0, and it's like, well, 0, 0 happened to be right where we were. Let's say, it was like way down here, you get, and some commands sometimes will drop points down at 0, 0. So you go to zoom extents and everything's way out of whack. You don't know what's going on. So a real quick and easy way to fix that, if you know that everything you want is contained here, you just run that erase outside, give it big enough to include everything. And now when you zoom extents, it's gotten rid of that thing that I put way down below. Okay, so it's a useful little cleanup routine. Another couple of things that are useful when you go to modeling. Let's go to the file menu and choose that drawing cleanup. That was the one I told you that was helpful. All kinds of things it can do, and I'll let you explore this on your own a little bit more. You can remove empty layers. You can remove unused blocks. That's sort of like the purge command. It's exactly the purge command. You can change the coordinate system back to world coordinates. You can convert any invisible entries to visible, etc., erasing hatches, blank text entries, all the different stuff. But here's the one that's really useful. If I click defaults, these are all sort of the ones that they determined are good, or I'm just going to clear everything. But here's what I use this command for a lot, because I want to see what's my elevation range of everything, because I may be having trouble modeling this because I've got some points that are either like at negative 50,000 feet or sitting up on the moon somewhere. And I can't see it in plan view, but it really messes up my modeling. So if I clear everything and say set elevations outside a particular range to 0, and I type in a minimum maximum number, I can do that. Or I can also scan the drawing, and it reads everything in the drawing and it finds the lowest. Now, obviously there's some zeros, so I'm going to keep those at 0, but it will find the minimum and the maximum. So that will help confirm that everything in my drawing looks to be at the right place. Okay. And so you can accept those defaults. And then if you say, okay, then it would, clear everything out. It said it took 0 entities outside the range and set it to 0. So if you look at that, it says set elevation range to 0. And that's why, even though my height was up here as minimum, it didn't do anything to those things that were drawn down at 0 because they're already at 0. So it doesn't erase, it just selects them and puts them at elevation 0. So that gets everything back into some working order for you. Okay, so that helps you do that. So that's one of the helpful tools with that. Another one that's helpful in that same regard, we'll see more tomorrow, but if you go to the view menu, let's choose 3D view and let's choose the drawing viewer. And it wants us to select any entities for the scene. Well, let's just type ALL and hit enter, and then hit enter one more time to finish. Wait for it to load up the viewer. I'm going to maximize that, and that shows me things in here that are drawn at some elevation. Now, up here in the top right in this control panel, I can ignore the 0 elevations, yes or no. If I uncheck that, then it shows me the ones that are down at 0. Now, keep in mind, I've got, let's see, let's turn on or bounding box. So keep in mind, the reason that doesn't line up the way it did back in the drawing is because I'm looking at a perspective view of that. Okay, so the top level is up closer to my eye, so it looks bigger, and that's why the bottom level down there, where everything is at 0, is smaller, so it doesn't line up the way it does in our plan view. But anyway, that's useful to have it. Now, another way to do that same type of elevation check is if I turn this color by elevation, I usually leave it off, but I'm going to turn it to say all, and you're going to see a range of elevations. And they're going to start, and you can control those colors, by the way, but it's going to start at 0 or start at the lowest and go up to the highest and show you this range, and it's going to color them accordingly. Now, this is very, very helpful when you're looking at things that might have a bust, like a bunch of contours that are drawn, and maybe some of the contours aren't at the right elevation. Maybe they're down at 0, some are all up high. Then you would see this just visually based on this color. Now I'm going to go and tell it to ignore the zeros again. So now you notice these numbers change, and they go from this, what, 837.5 to 847.6. And that you can't change the interval. That just gives you an idea of the number. So if you see something, it's showing you this information, but you see a number down here that says negative 10,000, or you see a number up here that says 50,000, then you know there's something out of whack with those numbers. And then you could go back and run that drawing cleanup, or you could, set your perspective and go back into the drawing and select them accordingly. You could run this, look at it edge on, there's all my 0 stuff. So you could, you would see then, something way down here, you could select it and tell it to, bring it up vertically as to where it gets positioned. Okay, so just some useful tools and some good ways of evaluating the drawing. Now, as an example of that with a little more clarity to it, let's go to this other file. Let's go to File, Open, and let's open that sample from T3 Global again. We're going to use this one a bit tomorrow. And when this is open, I want you to want you to select on, say, these 3 contour lines only. And let's go over in here, the properties, and let's set the elevation down to 0. Well, let's even make it more radical. Let's make it negative 1,000. Okay, so maybe they on and got put on that elevation, even though in plan view it looks fine, right? So if I look at that again with this file drawing cleanup, I use that same set elevations outside of range to 0. If I scan the drawing, you see now it reads that minus 1,000. I said, whoa, there's something wrong. So I could fix it at that point. I'll just cancel that. I'm going to go back to my view, 3D viewer, drawing viewer, type all, hit enter, hit enter. And when the viewer pops up, I see this, but I don't, I've sort of lost those contours down there. I don't see them in my display here. If I ignore 0, I get those. But again, I'm in perspective view. So a couple of things to help. If I say color by elevation, now I see how everything looks to be red except for there's those 3. Okay, they're down here at the negative 1,000 range. Now, again, remember it's in perspective view. So, so you're not going to see them line up in the right spot. But this lets you know if you're trying to elevate all this kind of stuff and you've done some things, but everything is all this one color, it should be a pretty even gradation of colors, little distribution of colors. So I can say, no, you could then identify those particular ones, which ones you have to go back and fix. Okay, so those were, let's see, I'm going to turn on my drawing inspector. And I'm going to turn off all of this extraneous stuff. I'm just going to be reading the elevation. So I see there's 1315. Well, that was wrong. 1316 is right. So 14, 13, so 12. So it's these three I need to change. So I'm just going to say, take this one and make it 1315. Just by properties. There's other commands you can do that with as well. I'll select that one as well. That was 1314. This was 1313. And this one should be 12. That's good. I'll turn off my drawing inspector. And now if I go back to my 3D view, which is also this little icon right here, it's on the view menu, 3D views, or if you've got the surface toolbar up, it's the icon that looks like a colored cube. And notice the command that runs down here is called cube. It says select your entities. I'll grab my entities, finish my selection, pop this up. And if I look at my color by elevation, I see it's now distributed evenly. Okay. So, or, you know, here's my pond. It's blue. It's down here on the low end. This is a little hilltop. It's red. It's on the upper end. Everything else sort of in the middle. So it's a nice sort of average distribution of these colors. Everything is, you know, to my satisfaction. Plus I would, you know, zoom this up and we'll learn how to do all these manipulations here tomorrow. Okay, so that's all some useful ways to sort of help you identify that. Now, I'm going to go back to this and bring this up. Now, one of the things I will tell you about that you may see, now this used to stay, like I always have mine maximized here. The previous versions, it would stay maximized once you did it, but now it keeps resetting. But here's one thing, like this color thing doesn't, you know, it doesn't reset. It will stay whatever you last used it for. I don't know, when you see a lot of videos on YouTube, especially those that are done by Carlson staff, they almost universally have that color by elevation shown on. And to me, I would rather see this because I'm used to looking at the colors out in the drawing so I can see what they are. All right, so that's, and it doesn't matter one way or the other. You can turn those on and leave them on if you'd like. But one other quick thing that we have here is like if it's really flat ground, Mike, you can put a little vertical exaggeration on this thing so that when you then zoom it up, you see I've got quite a, you know, here we're in, you know, Southwest Pennsylvania, so you can see a lot of relief. But if you need to exaggerate it, or even if you need to make it less than one, you can, you know, change those. And so all that does is just exaggerate it in this viewer. It doesn't do anything to their elevations at all. Okay, so we'll get into that tomorrow with the viewer. Okay. So a couple of things that are useful now. If you've done anything to that drawing, you can go ahead and close it. And when it prompts you, say, no, you don't want to save it, because we're going to work with that tomorrow. So a couple of good things, a couple of useful things that are handy. One of the things that we did that erase by closed polyline. I'll show you a file here that I was doing some work on for a client the other day. Let's see if it's, yeah, right in here. Just to give you an example. Now, BB, you said you all have the GIS module, so that's where all of this data came from. I'm going to go ahead and just get rid of this one. And here's what I did with this particular set of contours. I'm going to erase by layer and select from the screen. All right, so those are the contours. Now, this particular one, if I have my GIS tools out here and I've set up my settings, let's see which one I'm gonna select, my tile index. And I may go to GIS data and let's bring in the shape file, which was Jefferson tile index. I'll just bring in the geometry, but it will bring in the data as well. Let's see. All right, so when that pops into place, this is the entire Jefferson County, West Virginia, out on the Eastern Panhandle. And these are the tile boundaries of all of the data that's available from the county GIS site. So I can, and you know, it even has, if I look at the data and I bring it in, it's got tile numbers and you can have it automatically place and all of that, but get an idea of that. Now, the only reason I showed you that was to show you there's the whole county, there's that particular job, there's another job down in here that they did. So I'll go back and I'm going to select erase by layer again. Again, that layer list is still there. I'm going to clear it and choose just the tiles and say gone. So now, one of the useful ways of that other command was, let's say I needed to bring in these GIS contours from this. Now, generally, if I'm hired to go out and survey and produce a contour map, I'm not going to use the GIS contours. I'm going to generate them from my survey work. But if I'm doing a boundary, but I need to then show the contours, I'm not going to go out and resurvey it. I'm just going to use this available data. So there's another feature here is if you go to the GIS data, and I've got a REST server set up. I'm going to use this Jefferson layer, my Jefferson County 2-foot contours. And I'm just going to bring those in. I can bring in the data also if I want, you know, like what elevation comes off of this contour field. The layer names would be yeah, layer. And so I import that now. Oh, actually, this is also, I need to go back and set this to something else real quick. So I set this and then set this. There we go. Now, so if I go back to that command where I was bringing in from that REST server, I select that, bring in my data. Say import. Now, I guess it unchecked it. So if I say, okay, now, even though if I brought in everything, it's going to try to bring in, you know, that whole county. But because of this, it's going to bring, it's going to let me pick a bounding box. So I'm going to say from here out to here, look at the whole county data set and bring in the contours from that data set. And so what it does is it finds all of the contours that lie within this area and it brings them in. But if they go outside the area and cross, it brings in the entire contour line. It doesn't clip it off. And there they are. So everything that crossed here, like even this particular line, was part of that block that I brought those things in. So it didn't bring in the whole county. See, these are all, there's something in one of those that comes, yeah, see, if I select, one of those, see, it goes all the way down and crosses that block. That's why you got that entire long set of stuff. So now, even though I didn't have to bring in the whole county, I go back here to my property and I'm going to temporarily turn off this layer here. And I'm going to say, well, I'm going to draw this little 2D polyline. And I'm going to say, I just want to look at, you know, what's going on out to in here, and then I'll just type C to close. So now I've got a closed polyline, and I'll turn the layers back on, and I'll go to my edit, erase by closed polyline. I will find that polyline. I'm going to erase on the outside and say, actually, I don't want to erase that other stuff up above the other property. So I'm going to isolate first. I'm going to isolate this layer and this layer. All right, so now when I edit, erase by closed polyline, there's my clip. I'll erase on the outside. I'll say, okay, and now it's going to trim all of that stuff. And at that point, I can even, you know, just get rid of that item. I'll put my, restore my layers. And so there's now the contours that go through my property. And you see the property lines out here. They're faint. Where am I? Good. Yeah, these are just extras. No, why it's not. Oh, anyway, I'm up on the other property with this one. But anyway, that's this property way up here that you were looking at in that layout space. So in any case, that's a nice little way to trim off a bunch of extraneous data that you're not interested in working with, and you don't need it for anything. So it's a nice little tool to have when you're doing that. There's also an equivalent to that if you're setting something up. And let's say you want to hide something here, you can, you know, draw a wipeout, but let's just do one last little quick example and then we'll go. So if I needed to block this out as a different way to sort of hide in that area, I can do this, and it's a similar command. Instead of erase, there is break by crossing polyline. So I select this. Whoops, sorry. I select this, I read my prompts, it says, okay, now select the lines that you want to clip. So I'll just grab all those that might cross it. I'll say, okay. And you can specify a layer name for the inside segments. And I'm going to call this one clipped contour. And for the outside segments, no, we'll leave them alone. So it's now done that. And if I go now to my layers and that clipped contours, if I freeze that layer, see, because they were done as when I use that tool to clip that out, I still have the data, but it's on a different layer. So if I turn it back on, see, they're still there, but they're individually clipped away from their other portions. I then, you know, join them back together if I need them. So I'm keeping the data, I'm just not displaying it. So keep all of those little edit tricks and tips and tools and things in mind that you can use to mimic that. You don't have to, I'm really one that says, you know, don't get rid of data you might need at some point, but you can change its visibility and do different things with that. Okay. So with that, we'll put a bookmark in it here today. I'll entertain any questions you might have, anything that might come up. I will send you the links for the meetings in an email either later tonight or sometime before the meeting gets started tomorrow, once I set the meeting up. And we'll go from there. So anything that occurs, any questions?
I have one simple question I haven't been able to figure out. Where do I get the properties of the entities, the layers that you have horizontally? How do I get that to show up?
Are you talking about this part up here or this part over here on the left?
That part over on the left.
This, all right, that's called my properties palette. So if it's not there,
Okay.
this, and if I want to see the properties, I got two places I can turn that on. And first of all, you can just type the word properties, I think. But you can come over here to the modify toolbar if you have it, and if you click it on, it pops it up. Now, mine happens to be
Okay.
docked at the moment, but the easier way is if you select something and you want to look at its properties, right click and choose properties. Now that'll
Okay.
pop up. The first time you do that, it might look like this. You know, it might be this palette. And it's there and you can drag it around and move it different places. Now, there's controls here that you can dock it to the left or right. You can have it automatically hide. So if I automatically hide, you see, I can select something. If I want to see the properties, I have to hover the mouse over it and it pops out and I can work on it.
Perfect.
So I generally like to leave it there, but I also want to dock it over to the left. And now let's turn that. I turned off my auto hide, but you can also do things like with that menu, and you have to drag it out. You can set the transparency of it. So if it's floating over top of stuff, you can set it so you can still see through it, but you can still edit it, all kinds of different things. So that's useful. And you put it on the left, put it on the right, put it wherever you want to do it. I find it very useful, and it's just my habit to have it here on the left. That's where I have it in my microstation setup, so I'm comfortable with it. Although in my AutoCAD Mac version, it's over on the right. Because it's a radically different interface. So I like to have it over there for some other tools on the left. All right.
Perfect. Thank you.
You bet. Anything else? BB, how's you on your end?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, well, listen, I know you weren't feeling well today. I will hope you get some rest. I find myself when I get feeling bad like that and I have I need to get into this kind of stuff. A really nice pizza helps. So,
Not in this case, believe me, that would be
That's-
even worse.
okay, it's that kind of feel bad. Well, then ginger ale. There we go.
Yeah, I think so. That might help.
Okay, well,
Maybe in Texas, we use either tequila or jalapenos. One of the two usually clears everything up.
For now, I don't want anything.
Yeah, understood. So, well, I didn't mean to air any dirty laundry. I didn't want to embarrass
No,
you.
that's fine.
That we're thinking about you and hoping you feel better and hope you have a good night's rest. Okay.
Thank you.
So, all right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and shut things down. If we're clear, we'll start back same time tomorrow. Again, the recordings will be made available. You'll get those and your certificates with your. Oh, by the way, are either or both of you registered surveyors or engineers?
Me not.
I'm not.
Oh,
No.
okay. So you'll still get a certificate that has your PDHs or professional development hours documented. The registered folks have to do so much of those a year. And so this time all counts. So it's a nice way to get those if you need it. So you'll have it, a nice little certificate that you can toss in the trash if you want, or you can print it and save it out and put a frame on it and hang it up, whatever. But anyway, all of that will come within a few days after the class, and you'll get the links to the videos and all that. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
You are most welcome. I'm going to go ahead and turn the recording off and